Chapter 1787. With a wave of her hand, Luo Yaro cut off the dimension and tore through space and time. When she was the first to arrive outside the flowing gold zone, the pitch-black tail that was as deep as the sea suddenly stopped. Obviously, the two supreme experts of the Divine River Galaxy had sensed each other from the moment they met. The pitch-black tail sent out a faint will. "You are incomplete, product." Luo Yaro frowned under the veil. "The body of a demon? With such a powerful aura, you must have been in existence above the Demon Emperor when you were alive. Why is there no record of it in the history of the demon race?" Immediately, Luo Yaro pointed her blade at the pitch-black tail and scolded coldly. "No matter where you come from, this is the territory of my demon race. If you leave calmly, this emperor will not hurt you." This thing was strange and unpredictable. The most important thing was that the high-end power of the demon race was gathered here. If a big battle was started, it might hurt other experts of the demon race. If this battle started, there would be many unfavorable factors before the battle against the human race. The pitch-black tail twisted violently, and a blood-colored head appeared in the starry sky. It said ferociously, "You are not a demon, you are incomplete." Luo Yaro said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether I'm incomplete or not. This emperor is the strongest, and that's enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yaro's eyes were completely stunned in the next moment. On the other side of the pitch-black tail, a star floated in the starry sky, and a silver-robed youth stood on it, completely attracting her attention. It was difficult for her to look away. Luo Yaro's bright eyes under the veil showed a trace of emotion, revealing surprise and uncertainty. She thought to herself, "There's actually a human here? How can this human have my aura?" Lin Chen also saw Luo Yaro's gaze. Their eyes met, and he could no longer look away. Lin Chen's face was full of emotion. The current Luo Yaro was not on the same level as when she went to the mystic realm to roll in the sheets and do sport. Moreover, her temperament had undergone a great change. If it was said that the pressure she gave to ordinary creatures before was cold, indifferent, like an iceberg, now, it was fierce, murderous, and could give people a sense of majesty and oppression that made them kneel down and kowtow with a glance. Demon Empress, fully deserved to be called. Right now, she was like a high and mighty empress who was forever out of reach. The two of them finally met again after so many years. She has become even stronger. Compared to when she forced her way into holy prison back then, she is now at the peak of the creatures I have seen. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling also witnessed the Empress's peerless beauty. They had met Luo Yaro once, and that was when she had forced her way into the Saint prison. The current her was even more powerful than before. Even if she didn't reveal her true appearance, just that awe-inspiring and dignified aura and pressure was enough to make one feel that she had changed completely. Lin Chen's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he still transmitted his voice, "Yaro." The Empress replied coldly, "You know my name? Human, who are you?" When Lin Chen heard these words, he felt a faint stab of pain in his heart. He couldn't help but bristle with anger. "What? You really don't recognize me? Don't play with amnesia, it's not fun at all." Even though the Empress hated the human race, she didn't know why she couldn't bring herself to hate the young man in front of her. He was obviously full of flaws and weak, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The demonic Empress said, "You." Lin Chen directly interrupted her and said, "Don't you me, you have changed, you have become so heartless. That night, I didn't reject you. I used all the unique skills of the Black Horse Club, and you even praised me for my good skills, enough standards, enough time, and good health. You even said that we were going to be a pair of little birds clacking during the day and having sex at night, and now you actually don't recognize me." The two servants, Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling were dumbfounded. The amount of information was too much, and it shocked the two of them for an entire year. The demonic Empress said in surprise, Lin Chen was filled with righteous indignation. "Don't say any more. Do you think that just because you are the Empress of the demonic tribe, you can lift your skirt and not recognize me? What do you think I am? I am known as the little black dragon in the spring dreams of billions of girls, Lin Chen, and I am not a casual person." The Empress wanted to say something. But Marshal Lin's face was filled with grief and indignation. Is this your 1,000-layer method of flirting? Bah, a scumbag who plays with other people's feelings and bodies. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Empress. My Black Horse Organization's taboo is white. Whoring. Empress Luo, who was inexplicably called a scumbag, was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her jade-like hand trembled and she almost pulled out a knife to slash at him. This Empress really wants to slash him with a knife. But what's with this irritating mood? While Empress Luo was bewildered, Lin Chen observed her expression and felt a chill in his heart. She can't have really forgotten me, right? She really doesn't even have any memory of me. Lin Chen thought to himself, I don't believe that she has really forgotten me. Then I can only use my spear skills to make her remember. Buzz tilde. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, space was torn apart, and 4 demonic lights pierced through the void. Boom tilde. Majestic and endless demonic power enveloped the sky, and the 4 great elders descended. A human. When Honorable Elder Silver Scorpion arrived, he looked as if he had seen a ghost when he saw Lin Chen in the distance. One had to know that this was the Hell Galaxy, not to mention a scene where the 4 great elders were gathered. Ordinary humans, even human true gods, shouldn't dare to set foot in here easily, but a human brat had actually sneaked in here. Wasn't this like seeing a ghost? Most importantly, this young man was actually able to withstand their pressure. This was too strange. Another honorable elder sent a voice transmission solemnly. The question is, how did it come out? Could it be that this human brat released it? Impossible, this human doesn't have the strength to do so. To forcibly take away that space, one has to be at least a human true god to do so. Could it be that this kid has the help of a human true god? Otherwise, how did he sneak in? Could it be that the dragon corpse has completely disappeared? Let's not bother about that human brat first. This thing can't be. Let the Empress. The 4 great elders exchanged glances and understood each other. Bang tilde. At this moment, demonic aura billowed and exploded. When the ferocious blood-red head on the black tail saw the 4 great elders, it seemed to have sensed something important from them and attacked violently. Lin Chen reacted quickly and changed his movement techniques. He raised an eyebrow and said, "The situation is very right. Now is the time, Yo-Yo." Riding on the heavenly light, he activated his movement techniques and rushed toward the Blood Continent immediately. The Empress wanted to stop Lin Chen. The demonic God King's remnant consciousness growled. "Bloodline. Despicable. You have tarnished the sacred item, damn it." The pitch-black demonic tail transformed into a blood-colored head. It opened its bloody maw, and a gust of bloody wind suddenly roared out. A bloody storm that reached the heavens swept over. This attack was on a completely different level from the one that blasted toward Lin Chen just now. This was a furious attack that would not stop until it was dead. Chapter 1788. Facing the remains of the demonic God King, the Empress frowned. "Since you've already attacked, there's no room for discussion." The Empress waved her hand, and the demonic blade slashed at the blood moon-like blade aura. Wherever the blood moon-like blade aura passed, it exploded with a terrifying suction force. The spinning blade aura swallowed everything. Light, space, time, life, celestial bodies, energy, everything was sucked into the blade aura and swallowed, leaving nothing behind. Everything withered, swallowing the sky and starry sky. The 4 elders understood and each made a move, shattering the attack of the remains of the demonic God King. Bang! 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 There was a big explosion in the starry sky, celestial bodies turned into dust, and space collapsed into a chaotic vacuum. With the top combat power of the entire demonic race, the remaining remains of the demonic God King were no match for them. Letting Lin Chen escape, the Empress' heartstrings showed a trace of irritation. "Get lost." Under the veil, the Empress's cold shout came. She used a rare bit of her strength and slashed down. Rip tilde. The demonic blade cut through the night sky, and a blood rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky. The blood rainbow exploded with a terrifying suction force, sucking in the black demonic tail that covered the sky. Its defense was broken, and demonic blood spurted out. The 4 elders' faces changed, and they almost protected it. If it was killed by the Empress, they would be in big trouble. The Empress slashed again. The surging blade aura contained the power to destroy the world, and even light couldn't escape from its swallowing range. Seeing this, the expression of respected Elder Silver Scorpion changed slightly. He immediately revealed his half-demonic body, covered in scorpion shells, and with a step, he traveled through the void faster than the speed of light. The next moment, respected Elder Silver Scorpion suddenly turned around. A section of the scorpion tail smashed through the air, and demonic aura rolled. It met the blood-red blade aura head-on and blocked the Empress's attack. Respected Elder Silver Scorpion shouted, "Empress, this thing is related to many things, you can't kill it." The Empress said indifferently, "Why can't I kill something of the demonic race? This thing has nothing to do with the demonic race. We have to walk our own path, not follow the path of the demonic race and explore their bloody history. Respected Elder Silver Scorpion, if you don't get lost, I'll kill you too." Whoosh. Whoosh. Shua. The other three revered elders stepped forward and tried to dissuade the Empress. "We don't know much about the demon race. This item can help us understand the demon race better. We can't kill it. Empress, could it be that you are also blinded by a single leaf? This item is the most precious treasure of the demon race. Perhaps we can use it to threaten the demon race." The four great revered elders dissuaded the Empress, but the remains of the demonic God King were not a pushover. Its ferocious blood-colored head wriggled violently, as if it wanted to create an even stronger body. In the next moment, the pitch-black demonic tail swept out, shattering the light rays. Like a cosmic storm, it rushed towards the four revered elders. The situation was a mess. The four great revered elders blocked the Empress and the remains of the demonic God King. Meanwhile, the remains of the demonic God King attacked the Empress and the revered elders. Its attacks were filled with killing intent, as if it was venting the anger that had been suppressed for countless years. However, the Empress was limited by the overall situation of the demon race and did not show her true strength. In fact, even she herself did not realize that while she was dealing with the remains of the demonic God King, she was also multitasking and searching for Lin Chen's aura. From the unknowns, she could sense that this young human must be related to her somehow. She actually engraved a unique demonic mark on his body. Who was he? Would she really have a relationship with the human race? Impossible. The Empress released her perception and found that Lin Chen was actually rushing towards the bloody continent. She could not help but be stunned. That human went to the demon palace? What does he want to do? The entire upper echelon of the demon race was now gathered on the bloody continent. That was a lineup that could rival the upper echelons of the human race's 36 domains. It was enough to attack the human race and exterminate a race. Was he, a human saint, not afraid of death? Whoosh. The Empress's beautiful figure turned slightly and actually escaped into the air. The four great revered elders were dumbfounded. That ruthless and arrogant Empress who looked down on all living beings actually fled at this moment. Take advantage of this moment to suppress this fellow. Before this crazy woman comes back to her senses, don't let it be exposed. Use all your strength to suppress it. Under the veil, the Empress looked at herself in shock and astonishment. I was following my instincts just now. I actually wanted to protect him. This unbelievable behavior even made the Empress feel more and more ridiculous. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped on a cloud and flew madly towards the bloody continent. He even flipped through a few classic books in his hands, such as 100 Ways to Use the God Slayer, fancy posturing postures personally taught by the standalone king, how to rush your chapters correctly in female cross-dressing, the leading speech of the Dark Horse organization, and so on. Looks like there's only one way left to get out of here. The moment Lin Chen closed the book, he took off his robe and bared his upper body. Bang! A meteor-like light fell onto the bloody continent like a divine light descending, shocking the entire bloody continent. What's going on? Before the first wave has subsided, another wave rises. Great revered elder just went out. Is he back again? No, it's the aura of a human. Many demon-human experts and demon-human kings were bewildered. The four great revered elders' mighty army and the experts under the Empress all looked in the direction of the demon-human palace. Above the demon-human palace, a handsome and muscular figure, faced all the demon-human race with his upper body naked. His power sank into the sun and moon, and his aura swallowed the world. A pair of sword-like eyebrows were raised, and his starry eyes were shining brightly. There was a cynical smile on his face, and a faint golden divine light floated down from heaven and earth to decorate his body. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. With his back facing all the supreme experts of the demon-human race, he was still fearless. Countless experts were shocked and tongue-tied. It was actually a human? Many powerful demon-human kings were filled with fighting spirit. How dare he? A human dared to kill his way here? Who gave him the courage? Even a true god of the human race wouldn't dare to come here alone. The moment before the encirclement broke out, Lin Chen activated his primordial spirit and sacred power and suddenly shouted coldly, "All demon-human race, listen up." The cold shout was like a dragon's roar, earth-shattering, spreading throughout the bloody continent and resounding under the starry sky. Lin Chen's left thumb was pointing at his tiger shoulder, and the faint bite mark that was like a crescent moon was faintly discernible. Then, a purple light suddenly lit up behind Lin Chen's back, and the ancient talisman that the Empress had personally carved appeared. All the demon-human race were shocked. It was actually carved by the Empress herself. What was the relationship between this boy and the Empress? Lin Chen pointed to the sky, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a wild aura overflowed as he shouted. "I, the most handsome man of the human race, Lin Chen, hereby announce your demon-human Empress. I'm going to sleep." Silence. A strange silence. At this moment, the bloody continent was completely silent. God Slayer talent notification. Currently, those who are hostile to the host, demon-human race. Number range, all. Chapter 1789. Lin Chen's primordial spirit sound transmission resounded throughout the entire starry sky, reverberating through the horizon. "Empress, this young master is asleep. This young master is asleep. Asleep." The entire starry sky actually reverberated with Lin Chen's sound transmission. All the demon cultivator felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Not only the upper echelons of the demon cultivator clan in the Blood Continent, but even the demon cultivator clan outside the Hellstar system could hear it clearly. In the entire demon cultivator clan, no one was not angry, no one was not shocked. When it reached the ears of the Empress, who was rushing over, under the veil, a trace of crimson appeared on her cold and beautiful face for the first time. She bit her white teeth lightly, her beauty was indescribable. Lin Chen pointed to the sky, his aura rising steadily, unstoppable. Lin Chen turned around to face all the dumbstruck demon cultivator clan, and shouted coldly, "The Empress of the demon cultivator Luo Yaroa is my, Lin Chen's, woman. In the future, I, Lin Chen, will be there for all eternity. She is mine in life, and she is my ghost in death. Anyone who refuses to accept it, stand out. I, your father, have won." This soul-stirring and domineering speech caused all the experts of the demon cultivator clan to be enraged. Needless to say, the Empress's side took her as their belief and acted according to her principles. The demon cultivator clan, who was previously slightly afraid of Lin Chen's methods, immediately exploded upon hearing these words. On the side of the four great elders, the Empress's influence had also seeped into them, and there were even more admirers of the Empress. Those talented demon cultivator clan geniuses had been fortunate enough to see the Empress's true appearance, and even the most beautiful women had fallen in love with her. If there was an Empress in this world, there would be no more peerless beauty in the mortal world. Even the experts under the four great elders' command had more than just a little respect for the Empress. She was currently recognized as the #1 expert of the demon cultivator clan, and no one was convinced of her status with her strength. Now, this human actually publicly tarnished the reputation of the Empress. Unforgivable. Even if he died, he had to pay the price. This child dares to tarnish the Empress. Destroy him. The human race is nothing. We are going to destroy the sacred boundary of the human race. A mere human, not even a true god, dares to insult our Empress. Where did this stray dog come from? Lin Chen? This prince has never heard of it. Where is my saber? Where is my saber? Kill him. Boom tilde. The entire blood continent trembled violently. All the demon cultivators were rioting. When Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling'er witnessed this scene, it could be said that their scalps went numb. Fear and trepidation were not enough to describe a billionth of the excitement of this trip. Once again, the Lord did not play by the rules. He deserved to be called number one. Their Lord was the first man in history to step into the territory of the demon cultivator. Their Lord was the first expert in history to face the entire Devil Cultivator clan and shout out the slogan "Sleep with the Devil Cultivator Empress." This was too crazy. None of the people who did this were human. Whoosh tilde. The space burned with raging flames that blotted out the sky, and a giant palm that blotted out the sky crushed toward Lin Chen. The surging demon saber chi was like a hurricane, instantly covering all of Lin Chen's escape routes. It was airtight, and the saber cut through the stars. The demonic light was like a giant pillar that descended, covering the stars and the moon as it blasted toward Lin Chen. Hell-like lava broke out of the ground and raged like a tornado. Sky Demon Hand. Great Dao Flame Demon. Demon Butcher Saber. Countless attacks were aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly as he laughed wildly. There is no more suitable time than now, Godslayer. Buzz tilde. Above Lin Chen's head, orange divine light circulated, and an orange talisman suddenly bloomed. Boom tilde. Streaks of reddish-gold dragon-shaped energy erupted from Lin Chen's body and danced wildly in the sky. His pure strength was as majestic as an ancient god, swallowing the galaxy and destroying the 9 heavens with one breath. 5 million Supremacy Force, 10 million Supremacy Force, 15 million Supremacy Force, 20 million Supremacy Force, 30 million Supremacy Force, 40 million Supremacy Force. It was still climbing. For any cultivation level, the more one needed to cross over, the more terrifying the accumulation would be. However, Lin Chen's Godslayer talent this time was far more powerful than before, and breaking through was as easy as crushing dry weed. Just the number and talent level alone were on a completely different level from before. Lin Chen's pure strength soared all the way. His primordial spirit materialized, transforming into hundreds of primordial spirit palaces that stood like a group of palaces, shaking half of the Hellstar system. The divine light was inextinguishable, eternal. Lin Chen's primordial spirit power temporarily broke through to the perfected primordial spirit realm. It was a completely different level from the mid-stage primordial spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, an invincible saint energy surged into Lin Chen's body, shocking all the demon kings. They had never felt such a terrifying saint energy of the human race. Lin Chen's body shone with hexagonal starlight, breaking through like a hot knife through butter, and 132 saint points shone around his body. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and he released a little of his saint energy, reversing time and space. Bang! 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 The 9-colored saint light swept across the sky in an instant, and all the attacks of the demon race were easily shattered by Lin Chen. The bloody continent trembled continuously. If not for the barrier set up by the 4 great revered elders, this wave of attacks would have been enough to shatter tens of thousands of stars like the bloody continent. The demon kings of the 4 great revered elders' camp narrowed their eyes. They stared at Lin Chen. The young man's naked upper body shone with hexagonal starlight, like a divine light rising from the east, illuminating the entire Hellstar system and making it no longer dark. 132 saint points. What kind of freak is this human? Didn't they say that the human race is the same as us, and can only open 100 saint points? Could it be fake? No, if it's fake, he can't possibly take our attacks. Don't King care if it's real or fake. Can he fight all of us alone? He has tarnished the name of the Empress. This kid must be killed. After a short moment of shock, the demon race was replaced by an even more violent uproar. The host has activated the advanced orange talent, Godslayer. Consumed 200 million talent points. Target hostile to the host, all demon race. Overall increase in strength, 92,520 times. Advanced orange talent, Godslayer. Calculation range increased, cooldown greatly reduced. Cooldown, 29 days. Note, the Godslayer talent has been strengthened to the advanced orange talent, making up for the shortcomings of the previous version. When the host uses this talent to kill enemies, if the enemy's realm is lower than the host's, the number of growth attribute points will not decrease. Shortcomings made up. Now, the Godslayer talent would drop both growth attribute points and non-growth attribute point. The chaos and noise caused by the heavens did not affect Lin Chen. The Sage Realm had 6 levels of life and death, 7 levels of Receiving Star, 8 levels of Sacred Heart, and 9 levels of Kai Tian. Under normal circumstances, including the Taiyi Saint point, Lin Chen had 104 Saint points. Now, he had 132 Saint point. In other words, the Godslayer talent had achieved an unprecedented feat of crossing 3 major realms. The current Lin Chen was at the 9th level of Sage Realm, Kai Tian. Lin Chen clenched his fists and closed his eyes slightly. He was intoxicated and yearning. A wisp of Saint Qi suppresses the 9 heavens, and a wisp of Saint Qi subdues ghosts and gods. The Saint Qi splits the sky. This is my, Lin Chen's, Kai Tian's, cultivation base. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen's monstrous battle intent erupted. Chapter 1790. At Lin Chen's current stage, the 53rd Saint Point and beyond were Saint Points that were temporarily broken through by the Godslayer's innate talent. Without the support of a cultivation technique, Lin Chen's full circle life and death realm cultivation base was able to unleash Saint energy comparable to 10 million Zun realm expert. 7th layer of the Receiving Star realm, with 61 to 70 holy acupoints opened, one could double the basic holy power. That was 30 million venerables worth of Saint energy. 8th layer Saint Heart, opening 71 to 80 Saint points, could double the base Saint energy and obtain the powerful recovery ability of the Saint Heart. Just temporarily entering the Saint Heart complete realm, could unleash Saint energy equivalent to 60 million venerables. Saint Heart complete realm was comparable to late quasi-god. But now, Lin Chen was in the heaven opening realm. 9th layer Saint, heaven opening realm. According to one's potential and foundation, opening 81 to 90 Saint points would increase one's Saint energy by 400 venerables and above. Even Lin Chen couldn't estimate how powerful the last 2 heaven-opening realm Saint points that he opened with the Godslayer were. Perhaps, he could only find the answer in a real battle. In the next moment, thousands of demonic moons bloomed around Lin Chen. Moonlight filled the sky, and each demonic moon contained the fatal killing intent of the fallen Saint King. 1,000 demonic moons. A beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, who still retained her charm, held a magic wand in her hand and coldly scolded. Her cultivation base was far superior to most of the demonic tribe. The high priest has made his move. Follow the high priest and destroy this deceitful human. The army of the 4 great elders was boiling. The high priest of the demonic tribe was above the demonic king. He was a powerful existence that was second only to the 4 great elders and the empress. In the human race, only a few people could fight against him. They had the combat power of the reincarnation saint realm, and each of them could fight against hundreds of saint kings. Boom, boom, boom. With the empress's army at the lead, a large number of demonic tribe kings launched the first wave of attack. Then, the 4 great elders' army followed closely behind. As Lin Chen spoke, he flicked his finger and activated his saint energy. A 9-colored ray of light flashed. Rip tilde. The 1,000 demonic moons sank, and the demonic light shattered the sky. The enchanting and beautiful Grand Priestess made a muffled sound in her throat, and her body was pushed back, her face pale. In the blink of an eye, he tore apart the demon race high priest's all-out attack. Both sides were simply not on the same level. Buzz tilde buzz tilde buzz tilde. The power of his primordial spirit trembled and swept out like a hurricane, transforming into a primordial spirit burning dragon. The blazing dragon, whose entire body was burning with primordial spirit flames, opened its mouth and roared in all directions of the bloody continent, releasing an endless primordial spirit dragon roar. Bang! 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 Sonic booms rumbled as a terrifying energy storm came from the Hellstar system. Lin Chen took a step forward and swung his fist to meet the attack. His fist shook the galaxy and his leg was like a dragon, breaking the 9 heavens with a single step. Countless Fiend King's attacks were blown apart by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's fist shattered the river of stars and his leg swept through the universe. His pure strength was like a divine dragon descending into the world, destroying everything in his path. He even used the power of his primordial spirit, the pure strength of his divine body's flesh shell, and didn't even use a few cultivation techniques to completely destroy the huge attacks of the entire fiend race's upper echelon. Lin Chen's pure strength had exceeded the range of 50 million supremes. He was a true quasi-god physique refiner, and this was under the premise that he didn't use the war god set. Damn, why is this kid so fierce? He can actually shatter all the attacks of the Grand Priestess and us head-on? He's an expert. We're no match for him. Then why aren't we leaving? Leave my ass. He can suppress us, but isn't he just a plate of loose sand? That's not how you fight. Grand Priestess Yi, try to cut his middle. Cut my ass, I can't even see his shadow. The bloody continent and the nearby stars were in an uproar. Countless fiend race's army began to fly out, but they were in a mess, completely fighting blindly. Inside the fate plant pouch, Zi Qianqiu and Xiaoling who were lucky enough to witness this moment, were both dumbfounded. Although the upper echelons of the fiend race couldn't unify, the Lord had actually tied down the entire fiend race's highest combat power with her own strength. Solo against the fiend race? That was too ridiculous. Just as the Grand Priestesses of the various races were about to bring out their stronger killing weapons, stop. When the Empress's cold and majestic voice reverberated in the minds of every fiend race member, many fiend race members immediately stopped fighting. A snow-white wrist that was as delicate as mutton jade appeared in the void like a ghost. Her slender fingers grabbed Lin Chen's arm and stopped him. The Empress's figure appeared, and Lin Chen's eyes flashed for a moment. She was wearing a loose black robe, a cloak, and a veil. Her true appearance couldn't be seen, as if it would always be like this. The Empress said coldly, "No matter what your origin is, this is not a place where you should be. If you dare to attack again, no matter what secrets you know of this Empress, you will be the next ghost under the Devil's Blade. The fiend race is not a place for you humans to behave atrociously." Lin Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. How cold, Empress. The Empress's heart trembled inexplicably. Hearing his self-deprecation, she felt a faint stab of pain, and her 5 fingers slightly loosened. Boom. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow, his body riding the heavenly light, and broke free from her restraints, rushing in the direction of the fiend god king's remain. He still had a lot of things to say to Luo Yaro, and he wished he could pull her over and tell her everything. But now that she couldn't remember him, everything was nonsense. Lin Chen wanted to destroy the fiend god king's remains first. You. The Empress was furious, and the fiend kings of the bloody continent rose into the sky one after another, wanting to join the battle with the Empress. The Empress said in a deep voice, "All of you, retreat. There is no room for you to fight here. You will only affect this Empress's strength here. Whatever happens next, leave it to this Empress and the 4 great elders." The Grand Priestesses and the Fiend Kings looked at each other and knelt on one knee to accept the order. Yes, this subordinate accepts the order. After instructing, the Empress's figure flashed and chased after Lin Chen. Lin Chen activated his movement technique at full speed. His current cultivation was particularly terrifying, and his movement technique speed had risen, far surpassing Xiao Ling's current spatial divine technique. With a movement of his movement technique, he moved 1,000,000 miles in an instant, exceeding the speed of light in an instant. The 4 great elders of the demonic race control the Hell Galaxy. It's impossible for them not to know that the ancient Taiju dragon has fallen here. Lin Chen's primordial spirit consciousness quickly deduced. Now that the demonic race's situation was unified, their target was the human race. Logically speaking, immediately unifying and gathering forces to attack the human race was the right choice. This choice should be beneficial to all the demonic race. There was no reason for the 4 great elders to delay the meeting with Luo Yaro until now. Attacking the higher-ups of the demonic race was unrealistic, and Yaro was there to protect them. Faint 9-colored starlight rotated in Lin Chen's palm, his saint acupoints shook, and the source of sacred power condensed. Lin Chen sneered. When these 4 old things saw the remains of the demon god king, it was like an abandoned child finding a wild father by the roadside. They want to monopolize this thing, but Brother Chen won't let them. I'll blast them to smithereens first. Wang, wang, wang. Lin Chen's palm was enshrouded in magnificent 9-colored starlight, spinning slightly above his palm like a wheel. When the world-destroying fluctuations faintly transmitted out, it was shocking. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen arrived at the chaotic battle between the 4 great elders and the demon god king's remains. At this time, the demon god king's remains were at a disadvantage, suppressed by the 4 great elders. The 9-colored starlight rotating wheel condensed in an instant. Lin Chen swung out with one hand, and the 9 tribulation stars flashed out of his hand. Kai. Kai. An extremely dazzling 9-colored starlight cut through the night sky, heading straight for the demon god king's remains. The 4 great elders' expressions changed slightly. Human race. Chapter 1791. 9 Tribulations Star. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen threw out the 9 Tribulations constellation and sent it flying. Kai. Kai. An extremely dazzling 9-colored starlight streaked across the night sky, heading straight for the demon god king's remains. Things happened too quickly. The 4 revered elders' attention was still on the demon god king's remains, so they didn't immediately notice Lin Chen's approach. Although Lin Chen's current cultivation was very terrifying, in front of the demon god king's remains and the 4 revered elders, everything was still unknown. One had to know that the 4 revered elders were at the same level as human true gods. Ordinary battle techniques and cultivation techniques were useless against creatures of this level. Unless Lin Chen also reached the level of true gods, if he made a move, he would be leaving openings for the opponent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he had to use his trump card. With Lin Chen's current cultivation, even a peak quasi-god would have to treat the 9 Tribulation Star seriously. At this time, dark red blood chains wrapped around the pitch-black demonic tail, tightly binding it. The blood-colored head formed by consciousness was imprisoned, constantly twisting and roaring in anger. Demonic blood flowed, and demonic energy filled the sky. Every drop of demonic blood seemed to contain thousands of demons, and could create a demon venerable, or even a heavenly demon venerable. Just as revered elder Silver Scorpion and the other 3 revered elders forcefully restrained the demon god king's remains, his vast and imposing demonic body turned, and a section of his scorpion tail shone with silver light, facing Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations star with an evil smile. Petty tricks, wishful thinking. Before he finished speaking, the 9 Tribulations star that streaked across the night sky trembled, and in an instant, it split into 5. What? Revered Elder Silver Scorpion's mouth twitched. Splitting into 5, and the power didn't decrease? There was such an ultimate technique. As a revered elder of the demon race, even I can't use it. Myriad poison miasma. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of poison, covering the sky. The 9 Tribulations star crashed into the poison. Boom. 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 9-colored starlight that reached heaven and earth bloomed, illuminating the entire Hell galaxy. 5 magnificent and majestic 9-colored light pillars bloomed like 5-star spears that pierced through the dimensions. They rotated slowly and silently devoured all energy. When the apocalyptic energy ripples spread out, just a little bit of the ripples was enough to shake a large number of celestial bodies in the center of the Hell galaxy, quietly turning them into dust. Lin Chen was sent flying by the aftermath of the impact. He took a few steps in the air and stabilized himself. What a powerful force! God-slayers will always be gods. In the next moment, a crazed and sharp light flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. A series of attribute light balls flashed under the starry sky. The appearance of the attribute light ball meant that someone was injured. Now, Lin Chen stomped on the ground and activated Amberlight. His body flashed in the sky. The Empress, who had just caught up, had a slight change in her expression. Human, stop your actions immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Empress coldly rebuked Lin Chen, shaking the starry sky. Lin Chen turned his head and said with a face full of disbelief, "You actually yelled at me?" The Empress was speechless. This person, why was he so shameless? She gave him face, but he didn't want it. Facing the 4 revered elders, she directly drew her sword without saying a word. He was the only one who had warned one person so many times. Lin Chen casually threw a sentence at her. Believe it or not, I'm helping you now. Rumble. Lin Chen formed hand seals, and the 132 hexagonal stars on his body flashed intensely. They were as bright as the stars and as bright as the sun. His sacred power started to crazily condense. The Empress's pupils shrank. What was he trying to do? All of his sacred power was actually starting to riot. In a few flashes, Lin Chen swept to the top of the demonic God King's remains. Lin Chen's palm was surrounded by 5 lantern-like 9-colored star clusters. His face was pale, but he was extremely excited. The 9 Tribulations Stars light pillar was torn apart by the 4 revered elders. Amidst the shattered and magnificent starlight, the 4 revered elders' angry shouts reverberated. Just a human brat who hasn't become a god, get out here. Our demonic god race is not a place where scum like you can barge in and mess things up. Before destroying the human race's sacred boundary, I'll start with you, young man. Among the 4 revered elders, only revered Elder Silver Scorpion showed a trace of injury. He, who was originally suppressing the demonic God King's remains, was distracted by Lin Chen's main attack. This was the first time in countless eras that he was injured. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion bared his teeth and said viciously, "Catch that brat, I'm going to." Lin Chen's laughter sounded. "What are you going to do to me? You 4 old fogies, you can protect me once, but can you protect me a second time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the enchanting revered elder with a human face and a snake's body. "Enough, I won't let you do whatever you want anymore." With a soft sigh, when space was distorted, her slender hands were soft as if they were boneless, and her fingertips were surrounded by a purplish-black demonic light. She gently grabbed at Lin Chen. At that moment, the space around Lin Chen seemed to be frozen. Even someone as strong as Lin Chen couldn't move. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and whistled frivolously. "I, Lin Chen, will always like Luo Yaro. Behind Lin Chen, the Empress's shoulders trembled slightly, but she didn't stop moving. Host has selected target. Consume 50 million top-grade talent points to activate Shadow Shift talent. Whoosh. Lin Chen's figure trembled, and the space changed. An orange light flash. The Empress saw with her own eyes that the young man in front of her had turned into one of the 4 revered elders, revered Elder Dragonsnake. Where did he go? The Empress and revered Elder Dragonsnake were shocked by Lin Chen's means once again. When they looked around, they realized that he was actually at revered Elder Dragonsnake's previous position. The 3 revered elders were shocked to the core by Lin Chen's position swap. In a flash, Lin Chen snapped his fingers and detonated the Annihilation Star Cluster in his hand. Annihilation, Star Explosion. The infernal star system flashed with a brilliant light that was like the eruption of star veins. The next moment, rumble. Boom. 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 More than half of the Hellstar system shook violently. An unprecedented energy storm swept through the central area of the Hellstar system. Countless stars were affected and turned into dust. The 4 revered elders were forced to retreat. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion was the most seriously injured. After being attacked for the second time, his injuries were even more severe. Like a chain reaction, Lin Chen's annihilation and destructive explosion talents were triggered. This was Lin Chen's first time using Annihilation, Star Explosion in his true form, and in the form of a God Slayer. However, the price to pay was that Lin Chen's Saint Point Saint energy was gone. His true form was not an illusion. An illusion only needed runes to recover Saint Points, but his true form could not. To recover the Saint Points, it would take him at least 500 years to do so. Therefore, this star explosion would cause Lin Chen to be unable to use his Saint Points in battle. It's so uncomfortable. This is the feeling of having my Saint Points emptied. I don't want to experience it a second time. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. But it's okay. That's not the only trump card I have. Whoosh. A ray of divine light shone on heaven and earth, and the golden light of the God of War shone in the universe. Lin Chen's body was shrouded in divine light. The divine light danced like dragons, and the clouds rose. His strength soared. God of War set, activate. This time, Lin Chen activated the God of War set with 50 million revered points of strength. This would allow the 5-piece God of War set to reach an unprecedented height. Chapter 1792. Oh no, we won't be able to protect this demonic tail. Let's protect ourselves first. The 3 honorable elders closest to the center of the Annihilation Star explosion had no choice but to retract their demonic aura back into their demonic bodies to defend against Lin Chen's star explosion. When the dark red blood chains broke, the demonic God King's corpse regained its freedom. However, it was also hit by Lin Chen's Annihilation Star explosion. The terrifying energy had completely torn apart its broken scales. Oh no, he has used up all of his sacred power. A hint of panic appeared on the beautiful face under the veil. The female empress sensed that Lin Chen had used all of his power in that attack. He had used up all of the sacred power in his 132 sacred point. She knew very well what losing all of his sacred power meant to a sage. However, before the Empress could even find Lin Chen's figure, bam, air currents collapsed, hurricanes rose, galaxies disintegrated, golden light scattered, and endless divine light illuminated the starry sky. When the female Empress looked over, she was stunned for a moment. A series of explosions erupted from the massive demonic tail. Endless golden light overflowed, and rays of dazzling divine light shot out. The tall figure clad in golden armor rained down his fists like a torrential downpour. The fists were ferocious and invincible, and they sent the demonic God King's corpse flying into the 9 heavens. Bam! 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 Each of Lin Chen's fists was filled with divine power that could stir up galaxies, and the demonic God King's corpse was torn apart. The shockwaves from the collision of their fists were like terrifying storms in the universe. As the aftershocks of the fists shot out, they melted stars and shattered star cores wherever they pass. From afar, it was like a dazzling firework in a sea of stars. The fists opened up 3,000 worlds, and the God of War suppressed the universe. This attack was one of the billions of divine powers of the God of War. The 4 honorable elders were dumbfounded when they saw this. The massive demonic God King's corpse was torn apart. Host has received 950,000 high-tier saint-level blood essence, 230,000 high-tier saint-level essence, 42. 2 million top-tier heavens path points, 22 million saint-level rune energy. The demon God King's corpse crazily dropped a huge amount of elemental balls. The attributes were so high that Lin Chen had never seen anything like this before. Even the HP attribute he dropped had become advanced sacred. The high drop in attribute points stimulated Lin Chen's punching speed to increase by a notch. After the previous battle, all 5 pieces of the God of War set had already been charged to 99%. After the Ars set was 90% charged, every 1% increase was extremely difficult. In addition, Lin Chen was equipped with the Godslayer armor. His pure strength was enough to shake a true god. This was the true meaning of divine power. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Awesome. This is the pure power of a true god. It's too damn satisfying. This was the first time Lin Chen possessed a power that could rival a true god. It was not as simple as the buff from the Ars set. Most importantly, it was the terrifying buff from the Advanced Orange, Godslayer, talent. After all, this was the power that he had exchanged with all the higher-ups of the demon race. Superimposed on the Ars set, he had broken through the final barrier. Otherwise, Lin Chen would not be able to reach such a level of pure strength if he used the Ars set in his normal state. Bam! 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 Lin Chen swung his fists wildly. Each punch penetrated the demon God King's corpse's defense. Previously, the 4 revered elders had considered its value. Even if they injured it, it was mainly to imprison it. Lin Chen would not be polite with it. His attacks were filled with killing intent. Lin Chen punched through the giant tail again. Blood and flesh burst open. Gee! The demon God King's corpse let out a sharp scream. The demon race on the bloody continent felt an inexplicable throb. Break! Lin Chen pulled with both hands. His divine power exploded. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. The demon God King's corpse cracked all over. Giant python-like cracks instantly spread. The entire demon tail could not withstand the heavy blow and was torn in half by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's Dragon King released its dragon tail and swept all the attribute light balls in the sky. A treasure chest with a greenish-yellow glow fell into the void. Lin Chen grabbed it with one hand. Host has received a Godhead attribute treasure chest. Opened to receive, Energy Godhead Immortal Godhead Fragment, 2/3. It can heal injuries instantly and become immortal. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of the Demon God King's corpse. It had not died yet and it had already dropped such a top-grade treasure. The second Immortal Godhead Fragment was in his hand. Stop. Don't let this kid continue to do whatever he wants. Demon True Form. Seeing this, the 4 revered elders were completely enraged. Boom tilde. The monstrous pressure was like a brilliant demonic aura, swallowing heaven and earth. Among the 4 revered elders, 2 had actually revealed their true forms. The demon true form was a realm that only the 4 revered elders could use. Once used, it meant that they had to use their true combat strength. Even the demon emperors did not dare to underestimate the demon true form of the 4 revered elders of the demon race. The millions of feet true form was as majestic as a star. Revered elder Silver Scorpion's true form was like a ruthless and cruel silver scorpion. Revered elder Dragon Snake's true form was a 2-headed dragon snake. One head was a dragon, and the other was a snake. It swallowed and spat out a storm like the sun and moon. Phantom Doppelganger. The phantom light descended one after another. Lin Chen dared to fight, but he was also clear-headed. The moment the 4 revered elders aimed at him, he immediately urged the phantom doppelganger to collect the attribute light balls dropped by the 4 revered elders for him. Dragon Snake Storm. Revered elder Dragon Snake opened his bloody mouth, and a breath turned into a 1,000,000-feet storm. Dragons and snakes danced wildly, and the evil aura was monstrous. A terrifying pressure rolled over. This was the first time Lin Chen felt the combat strength of a human true god pressing down on him. Old fogies of the demon race, I want to see how strong you are. Lin Chen's eyes shone with golden light. His shoulders shook, and a layer of divine light enveloped his body. Golden body of the god of war. Lin Chen urged the god of war set's characteristic. The demon king's remains did not chase after him. Instead, it turned around and punched toward revered elder dragon snake. Kai tilde. Rumble tilde. The fist wind pierced through the galaxy and was evenly matched with revered elder dragon snake. Revered elder silver scorpion crawled and moved at lightning speed. He stepped on a sharp silver light and swept toward Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was about to exchange blows with revered elder silver scorpion, "Be careful, my lord." Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling suddenly exclaimed. Whoosh tilde. Space distorted, and a blade light flash. The blood-red blade light split heaven and earth. It flashed like a ghost, jumped through the void, and slashed toward Lin Chen from behind, directly hitting him. Clang, clang, clang. The blade light twisted, and Lin Chen's body exploded with the sound of metal colliding. Fart. When Lin Chen vomited blood, the golden body of the god of war around him dimmed and lost its color. His entire body fell from the sky like a meteor, forcing Lin Chen to retreat with one move. The great empress of the demon race had personally made a move. She had been observing just now. When Lin Chen was blasted away by the blade, revered elder Silver Scorpion wanted to chase after him, but the great empress of the demon race blocked him and said coldly, "Leave him to me. You guys are in charge of dealing with that demonic creature." After speaking, she did not wait for revered elder Silver Scorpion to agree and chased after Lin Chen. "Silver Scorpion, don't bother about that kid first. That damn bottom line is about to split and escape." Revered elder Dragon Snake coldly shouted. The 4 revered elders did not chase after Lin Chen with the great empress. Their eyes met, and instead, they chased after the heavily injured Demon King's remains. Chapter 1793. On the other side, Lin Chen was blasted away by the Empress. If not for the protection of the golden body of the god of war, that slash would have taken his life. The Dragon King in Lin Chen's body frantically activated the immortal creation bloodline ability. The pure yin-yang dragon chi in his body surged, healing Lin Chen's injuries. After finally stopping, Lin Chen, who was floating in the air, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and panted heavily. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. F***ck. Is this woman crazy? It's fine if she doesn't understand, but she's serious. That slash almost took my life. That slash was at the level of a true god. It messed up Lin Chen's meridians and blood. He almost lost his life. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-cloaked figure appeared in front of Lin Chen like a ghost. Lin Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Oh! The Empress didn't kill me with one slash, so you want to finish me off with a second slash? The Empress was indifferent. Your special divine weapon's defensive power is very good. I controlled my strength well and won't let you die. Lin Chen was so angry that he laughed. So, I have to thank you. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling'er held their breaths in the Providence plant pouch. Although the Empress had escaped from the previous battle, she was facing the most powerful opponent. The Empress of the demon race. Although the relationship between the Empress and the Empress was ambiguous, that slash was not at the level of mercy. Not to mention winning, whether he could leave alive today was another matter. Facing Lin Chen's question, the Empress said indifferently, "Up to you. If I didn't make a move, you would have died in the previous battle. If you don't act well, you won't be able to fool the 4 Supreme Elders." Under the veil, the Empress looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression and said, "Take advantage of the fact that the 4 Supreme Elders don't have time to make a move now and run." Lin Chen was shocked. "Act. You're not going to kill me. Yarrow, did you remember?" Lin Chen was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush over and embrace her, a blood-red light flickered, and the demonic saber pointed directly at Lin Chen. The Empress replied coldly, "I don't know you. No matter what your relationship with me was in the past, I am now the demon sovereign. Nothing is more important than the revival of the demon race." Lin Chen clenched his fists and said seriously, "Yarrow, give me some time, I will definitely make you remember." The Empress sighed faintly. "So what if I do?" Lin Chen was stunned. The Empress laughed self-deprecatingly. "So what if I really remember? Even if I truly loved you, so what? The demon race has been oppressed for countless years, and all their hopes are on me alone." Her gem-like beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. "I will not allow any possibility of interfering with the revenge of the demon cultivator race. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't run, you'll die." Cold murderous intent enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He could feel that Luo Yarrow was ready to kill him. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, the Empress twisted her hand, and the demonic saber emitted a demonic blood-red light, devouring all the energy in the whirl. Lin Chen was involuntarily sucked in by the demonic saber. The tip of the saber pointed directly at Lin Chen, and the corner of his mouth twitched in shock. Clang! Lin Chen clasped his hands in the air and was forced to catch the demonic saber with his bare hands. When his fingers held the saber, the sharp light invaded his body. Even the powerful golden body of the god of war couldn't withstand it all. As blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen was severely injured. If this continues, even the immortal creation can't withstand it. System, activate the immortal divine fragment. With a single thought from Lin Chen, the quintessence fragment in the system that was swirling with a greenish-yellow divine glow suddenly shone brightly. Consumed 100 million top-tier heavenly Dao points to activate the immortal divine fragment. Host's injuries have been healed. Healing complete. Lin Chen's injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Finally, he couldn't help but curse, F***ck. It's for real. The Empress scolded coldly, "Then hurry up and leave." Lin Chen clenched his teeth and fell into a stalemate. Luo Yarrow didn't remember him. Moreover, even if she did awaken her past memories, she might not stop the demonic tribe for him. "Wait a minute, what's that?" Lin Chen stared at the eyes under the veil. Luo Yarrow's eyes were green and purple, and her beautiful side profile showed signs of struggle and pain. Lin Chen was shocked. Her primordial spirit is mixed with something else. With the support of Lin Chen's God Slayer talent, the temporary breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm was no small matter. In close contact with the Empress and unguarded, Lin Chen sensed many different primordial spirit wills from her body. Through the eyes under the veil, Lin Chen felt a cold, angry, and murderous hostility. This hostility was vast and endless, and it was not accumulated in a day. It was as if it had been silent for thousands of years and was about to erupt today, and there was no way to suppress it at all. 2. No, more than 3. There are many primordial spirit wills in her body. Could it be the demonic tribe's doing? Speaking of which, when Yarrow left last time, she said that when she met me, she was her purest self. After leaving, she returned to the demonic tribe to accept the inheritance. What kind of inheritance is this? Lin Chen was shocked. Many primordial spirit wills coexisting in one body. Being possessed. That's not right. If there were many primordial spirits coexisting in one body, then she, who had lost her memories, would not let him go. The situation seemed to be far more troublesome than Lin Chen expected. Don't force me, the Empress muttered to herself, swayed her jade-like hand, and suddenly struck out with her palm. It hit Lin Chen's chest and sent him flying, breaking away from the restraint of the demonic sword. Lin Chen retreated from the void, gritted his teeth, and the golden light of the god of war set surged again. Go quickly. The Empress shouted coldly at Lin Chen, and the snowy dimples under the veil revealed a sad smile that was close to despair. Even if you fight with me here, what's the point? Boom tilde. At this time, the end of the battle came from afar. The 4 elders had collected the remains of the demonic god king. There was not much time left for the 2 of them. Lin Chen realized that there was no possibility of taking Luo Yarrow away or changing her mind now. Once the 4 elders gathered, unless Luo Yarrow was on his side. Otherwise, with his own strength, whether or not he could win was one thing, but once the time limit of the Godslayer talent disappeared, Lin Chen would have no chance of winning. Lin Chen knew very well that the reason he could temporarily fight against a deity realm opponent was because of the Godslayer talent and the stacked god of war set. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Your demonic race's next target is the human race's sacred boundary, right?" He grinned. "Since you can't remember, then we can only meet on the battlefield next time." The Empress's expression softened, and she pretended to be cold. "At that time, I won't be merciful." Lin Chen smiled. "Perhaps, the one who will be merciful will be me." The Empress was silent and sighed faintly. Lin Chen looked at her deeply. "You have been saving me all this time. Next time, it will be my turn to save you. The current you is still the Empress of the demonic race, and I still prefer my Yarrow. Your Majesty, let's meet on the battlefield." Lin Chen stepped back, stepped on a ray of divine light, and turned into a golden light that pierced through the void and disappeared. The Empress stared in the direction he left and did not say anything, standing quietly in the same place. After a long time, the arrogant and cold aura reappeared, and the demeanor of a little girl from before did not reappear. "I hope we will never meet again." Chapter 1794. Lin Chen removed the God-Slayer state and put away the War God set. He sat cross-legged on Xiaoling Space Saint artifact, the silver snow treasure gourd. Lin Chen urged his doppelganger to refine the huge amount of attribute points he had obtained earlier. His withered saint points were quickly filled up, and he actually recovered to his peak state in a very short time. He charged toward the 53rd saint point unstoppably. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of the strongest of the demon tribe, the 4 revered elders. And the remains of the demon god king, just the attribute light balls that dropped easily made up for the consumption of my annihilation starburst, and it even overflowed by who knows how many times. Lin Chen felt that the opportunity to break through was close. As long as he absorbed all the attribute points that dropped this time, he would definitely continue to explode. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh again. The advanced orange rank Godslayer innate skill was truly heaven-defying. Not only did the innate skill increase by a level, it also made up for the previous shortcoming. During the process of using the Godslayer innate skill, Lin Chen wouldn't receive any attribute light balls of growth type. Now that the shortcoming had disappeared, it meant that every time Lin Chen used the Godslayer innate skill to fight and defeat or injure a strong enemy, it would drop an attribute light ball of the same level. How could an opponent that could make Lin Chen use the Godslayer innate skill be ordinary? This time, the increase in the Godslayer innate skill would be like a rolling snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. Zi said worriedly, "My lord, the demon tribe is gathering their forces to attack the human tribe. The sacred boundary will definitely face an unprecedented calamity." Xiao Ling'er's eyes moved as she looked at Lin Chen. "My lord, should we temporarily avoid the danger this time? The scale of this war is too big. Let's leave the Divine River Galaxy." This time, when they sneaked into the Hell Galaxy, the two of them witnessed the demon tribe's plan with their own eyes. They also felt an unprecedented pressure from the demon tribe's overall combat strength. That's right, even if their lord had a heaven-defying talent, but this kind of unprecedented war was definitely not a level that a single person could turn the tide. At least, now was not the time. Even the gods of the human tribe might not be able to influence the direction of this war. The war of extermination would affect the entire situation. The existing devil race and dragon race would definitely not stand idly by. It was even possible that they would join forces to deal with the humans. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling'er knew that their lord was still very young, but he had a killing move that could rival a true god's battle prowess. This kind of foundation was unprecedented in history. It could even be said that Lin Chen was perhaps the only possibility for the human race in the sacred boundary to make a comeback. At the very least, if Lin Chen was willing to break through to the Saint King realm, he would be invincible in the Divine River Galaxy. Lin Chen said in astonishment, "Why are you running?" "I don't care if they are from the demon tribe or demon tribe. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two comes, I'll kill two." Xiao Ling'er, Zi Qianqiu replied, "Just get used to it." Several days later, Xiao Ling'er and Zi Qianqiu finally returned to the Divine River Galaxy after crossing more than half of the galaxy with Lin Chen. Lin Chen had spent several days absorbing the attribute points and was preparing to find a place to go into seclusion. Crack tilde. Suddenly, a storage ring in Lin Chen's arms shattered. Lin Chen said in surprise, "Oh? This is the communication storage ring that little Qianqian gave me?" Since the communication storage ring shattered, it meant that Bai Qianqian was in danger. Bai Qianqian was just an auspicious beast and did not have much battle prowess. She had received a message from her family before the battle at the Founding Era to leave Lin Chen's side and return to her family's dimension. Lin Chen threw the shattered storage ring to Xiao Ling'er and immediately said, "Ling'er, head to the dimension marked on this storage ring immediately." Xiao Ling'er took a look at it and saw a faint silver glow in her palm. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, it seems that the sacred boundary is not too far away. We can reach in 4 hours." Lin Chen knew that although Bai Qianqian was mischievous, cunning, and cute, she could distinguish the severity of the matter. Something big must have happened for this lass to use this method to inform him. In the extreme north of the Divine River Galaxy, in a star vortex, the star sand was dazzling, and a faint red sun shrouded like a star ring, covering a large amount of aura. A huge star shining with a golden luster was suspended in the air. Golden branches and jade leaves were decorated with snow and dew, and a sea of flowers was surging with holy light. The spirit sea was silver, and the clouds were steaming. Providence condensed into a huge funnel shape. Almost every piece of yellow soil on this star was shining with a golden luster. It was like a holy land, nurturing endless vitality. If a mortal consumed that endless spirit spring, their lifespan would be extended, their foundation would be strengthened, and becoming an emperor or a saint would be a cinch. The entire star was practically filled with treasures. This kind of extravagance was unique in the world. This was the dimension that the auspicious beast belonged to. Its providence was concealed, and its aura was hidden. Very few experts could discover it. Even for someone as powerful as Jiang Taishu, it was like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to deduce such a magnificent paradise. Auspicious beasts were one of the most special species between the beast race and the dragon race. They could affect providence and mobilize it. They were the rarest life forms in the world. Other than auspicious beasts, no other life form could nurture a star into such a miraculous existence. Just encountering one auspicious beast was enough to create countless life forms. Yet, the number of auspicious beasts in this dimension was in the tens of thousands. At this moment, tens of thousands of auspicious beasts in human form were gathered at Infinite Boundless Mountain, all of them with grave expressions. The old man in the lead, leaning on a walking stick and with a dragon's beard, sighed softly. The barrier is about to break. To think that we would actually welcome such a day, the invading enemy this time was no small matter. Even the spatial passageway to their dimension was severed. This was not the work of ordinary experts. It won't. A crisp, tender, and pleasant voice sounded. A petite young girl in a white dress stood out from the crowd of auspicious beasts. The young girl's blue jade-like eyes were filled with spirituality. Her red lips parted slightly as she bit her white teeth. Qianqian has already informed Master. He will definitely come and save Qianqian. The young girl was by Qianqian. Her words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Expecting the human race to come and save us? By Qianqian, did the human race knock your brains out? You actually exposed our coordinates to the human race? That's right. Have you forgotten the human race's greed and bad nature? The human race will come and save us. It's more likely that he will enslave us. We would rather die in battle than fall into the hands of the human race. The auspicious beast's reactions were intense. Bai Qianqian instantly became the target of public criticism. Bai Qianqian's pretty face was pale. She wanted to retreat, but when she recalled Lin Chen's appearance, a fearless courage rose in her heart. She pouted her lips and mustered her courage to shout. Master Lin Chen wouldn't do such a thing. Just as her voice fell, bang, bang. A black hurricane tore through everything, and a sky-covering shadow tore through the sturdy dimension entrant. The auspicious beasts immediately prepared for battle, breathing in and exhaling a storm-like aura. Even if they risked their lives, they had to fight their way out. However, when the sky-covering shadow descended upon the dimension, all the auspicious beasts realized who their opponent was. Pairs of eyes opened from the darkness of nothingness, enveloping the entire dimension as they transmitted hoarse voice transmissions. Auspicious beasts gathered here from all sides. If you surrender, I can guarantee your lives. It was actually the Dark Shadow tribe attacking. Chapter 1795. The Dark Shadows covered the entire auspicious beast plane as if even light could not escape from this space. Auspicious beasts, surrender and you may still have a chance of survival. Your abilities are important to the revival of the Dark Shadow race. The dark and grand voice was like rolling thunder, causing the space around the auspicious beast plane to tremble. The auspicious beasts were in despair. No wonder they were discovered. It's actually the Dark Shadow race. The Dark Shadow race's unique innate talent allows them to freely travel through the void. They are the most agile creatures in the three-dimensional universe. No wonder our plane was exposed. The Dark Shadow race is the only existence that can ignore our barrier and travel through the void. The Dark Shadow race that came today were all expert. There were at least 10,000 of them. With such a large number of Dark Shadow race experts, they did not even have a chance to escape. In this world, there were very few creatures of the same level who could compete with the Dark Shadow race in speed. The dragon-bearded elder frowned. When he stared at the sky, his old face drooped and he sighed. This day has finally come. Our race has finally settled down for a period of time. Are we going to become the slaves of another race again? The next moment, the dragon-bearded elder's eyes burned with monstrous anger. Everyone, although our ancestors came from different galaxies, they have settled down here. This place has long been our home. We, the auspicious beasts, have long had enough of being slaughtered and enslaved by others. Today, we can only die standing. There are no living auspicious beasts kneeling. The elder's angry roar awakened the fighting spirit of countless clansmen, an old steed crouching in the saddle with great ambition. Whoosh tilde. A dark shadow took form. The ink-like dark waves twisted into a human form and turned into a cold black-robed man with an evil smile. Stubborn fool who doesn't know the difference between life and death, attack. Capture them alive. Boom tilde. Beams of dark shadows descended from the void, as if black ink was flowing down from the sky. They twisted into void monsters and quickly rushed toward the auspicious beast. The auspicious beasts transformed one after another. Some were black turtles, exhaling vigorous air, and their turtle shells were as tall as mountains. Some were like killins, with wild postures and ferocious and majestic scales. Some were Pishio, with dragon horns, wings, and a long tail. Their bodies were 1,000,000 feet long and soared into the sky. The auspicious beasts had different forms. Even if their combat power was not as strong as the dragons or beasts, they had accumulated a huge amount of resources over a long period of time, and their realms were not low. Tens of thousands of auspicious beasts rose up to resist, risking their lives to resist. For a moment, the Dark Shadow tribe was unable to suppress them. However, an endless number of dark shadows continued to attack. It was impossible to see how many there were. The leader of the black-robed shadows laughed evilly. None of those who dare to disobey the new Shadow King will have a good ending. Its gaze turned and fell on the last group of old and weak auspicious beasts. Finally, it locked onto a beautiful figure in a white dress. The black-robed man cackled evilly. "Come, let Uncle examine your body. I haven't tasted a female auspicious beast yet. It's time to expand my experience." A black shadow flashed over, and the older generation of auspicious beasts turned pale with fright. Oh no, the innate dark shadow leading the group was heading towards them. The dragon-bearded elder took a step forward with a cold expression. "You don't put me in your eyes." The innate dark shadow laughed. "Old thing, with just you? Crawl." The innate dark shadow stretched out a claw at lightning speed. The black claw that covered the sky tore through space, cutting off all connections with the outside world and enveloping the group of old and weak auspicious beast. Bai Qianqian's tears flickered. Her red lips parted slightly, and her small face flushed red. She used all her strength to shout, "Master, if you don't come, I won't help your small tree become a big tree in the future." Rumble tilde. Space and time trembled. The dark claw that tore through space was actually stop. A golden fist descended from the sky and pierced through the dark shadow's claw. The auspicious beasts couldn't help but be stunned. That innate dark shadow's cultivation was equivalent to a peak sage king. He was an existence that surpassed the sage kings of the human race, the heavenly demon venerables of the demon race, and even the dragon kings of the dragon race. His attack was actually so easily countered. The black-robed man who was stopped in space cried out in horror, "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the Dark Shadow tribe? Do you believe that I'll wipe you clean tomorrow and steal until your entire family goes bankrupt?" The darkness dissipated, and the sky shone with a golden radiance, bathing the auspicious beast plain. In front of Bai Qianqian, a handsome young man in a silver robe fluttered in the wind gave all the auspicious beasts an inexplicable courage. It was as if only this one person could hold up the world. Lin Chen turned around and stood in front of her. He teased, "Little Qianqian, you've improved. I just arrived, and you dare to threaten me. If I don't beat you up for 3 days, you'll be able to climb the roof and tear down the tiles." Bai Qianqian jumped forward and crashed into Lin Chen's arms, causing Lin Chen's heart to ripple. This little girl's development speed was catching up to Shen Lingshuang. Bai Qianqian cried, "Stinky master, if you don't come, Qianqian will be eaten by this bad guy." Lin Chen laughed. "Then aren't you afraid of being eaten by me?" Bai Qianqian smiled through her tears and made a naughty face. She smiled slyly and said, "You don't dare. Big Sister Scarlet said that you're a pervert but don't have the guts to be perverted." Ha ha ha. Lin Chen pretended to be angry. "What? You dare to doubt my guts? See how I'll deal with you later." The girl's face was like a peach blossom, her cheeks flushed red. "I don't believe it. He, I'm your #1 meritorious servant, you can't bear to part with me. Moreover, you don't even dare to take me when I'm delivered to your door." When Bai Qianqian's mother saw the relationship between the two of them, she was bewildered and probed. "You're the Lin Chen that little Qianqian mentioned?" Lin Chen smiled. "Auntie, you're too polite. I'm familiar with little Qianqian, so you can just call me Lin Chen." The dragon-bearded elder snorted with prejudice. "There's no good in the human race. Human Lin Chen, didn't you save us because you coveted our abilities as auspicious beasts? Do you want to capture us as slaves too?" Lin Chen was calm and collected, his eyes as deep as the galaxy. He waved his hand as he spoke. "Old senior, I don't care about your prejudice. I came here this time for Qianqian. As for you guys, I just saved you along the way. Whether you want to run or commit suicide later, I'm not interested in knowing. Now, I just need you to stay away. Otherwise, if you explode later, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Chen's attitude and temperament made the dragon-bearded elder exclaim in surprise. His impression of him changed greatly. He was also an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time. He observed Lin Chen's words and expressions. His tolerance and temperament were definitely not a deceitful and evil person. The auspicious beasts heard the order and immediately retreated. Lin Chen stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back, completely showing the sign of an expert who couldn't stand the cold. His eyes were like sharp swords as he glanced at the innate dark shadow in the void, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The black-robed man was bewildered. He frowned and said, "Lin Chen? Could it be that human that the new Dark Shadow King knows?" He was so angry that he laughed. "Human Lin Chen, do you also want to fight with me? I'm acting on the orders of my new Dark Shadow King this time. All the auspicious beasts must be brought back." Lin Chen patted the dust off his shoulders and threw out a sentence casually. "Don't the Dark Shadow race know how to piss? Take a look at yourself, okay? Are you worthy to fight with me?" Lin Chen's body suddenly erupted with killing intent that soared to the sky. "Not to mention you, even your new Dark Shadow King is a little brother in front of me." Chapter 1796. The black-robed man was instantly enraged. What arrogance! This human was way too arrogant. He even dared to humiliate their new Dark Shadow King. "Let's take him down first." Swoosh, swoosh. 3 dark shadows twisted and turned into human figures. They were 3 innate dark shadows that were not inferior to the black-robed man. One of them even gave off a very profound sense of oppression. Bai Qianqian's mother worriedly sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, be careful. The innate dark shadow in the middle is half a step into the innate dark shadow monarch." The innate dark shadow monarch was equivalent to the human race's reincarnation sacred realm and the demon race's high priest. 3 pinnacle sacred kings and 1 half-step dark shadow monarch. This lineup, coupled with the dark shadow race's strange and unpredictable talent, was more than enough to rob the human race's rank 9 sect. The black-robed man looked at the half-step monarch in the lead and said in surprise, "Lord, why are you here personally?" The half-step monarch in the form of a youth sneered, "Idiot, look around." Only then did the black-robed man notice that apart from their dark shadow army, the entire auspicious beast realm was covered with a layer of azure blue dragon breath prison. The surface was even covered with a layer of silvery white spatial light. Blue waves like the tide, water dragons dancing wildly. Torrential rivers rolled up the sky, water turned into a prison that swallowed the 9 seas. Extreme prison, heavenly prison. The Dark Shadow race's unique talent of traveling through space was impossible to guard against. When Lin Chen arrived near the auspicious beast realm, he immediately set up the extreme prison, heavenly prison, to prevent the Dark Shadow army from escaping. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. "He actually blocked our escape route?" Snap. Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Divine light appeared out of nowhere, and golden divine light flashed with red clouds and covered the surroundings, protecting all the auspicious beast. Lin Chen said indifferently, "I've never taught Lin Can to invade other races. If he did, I'll teach him a lesson. But before that, I, Lin Chen, will teach all the members of the Dark Shadow race who have come to invade us today a lesson." The half-step monarch sneered and said, "Human Lin Chen, stop dreaming. Today, all the elites of my Dark Shadow army have come. There are 10 human saint rulers who can rival you. Do you think you can defeat us all by yourself?" Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. "Beat you? Don't flatter yourself. If you can withstand the phenomenon of my breakthrough, I'll let you go immediately." Boom tilde. A holy light that illuminated the entire universe bloomed from Lin Chen's body and slowly rose up. The entire realm began to tremble, welcoming a wave of holy power that could shatter thousands of stars, suppressing all eternity. All the members of the Dark Shadow race were shocked. From Lin Chen's body, they sensed an unprecedented fluctuation of saint power. Throughout the history of the human race, there was no such level of saint power. Mountains and rivers toppled, and the earth's crust shifted. The celestial bodies were on the verge of collapse, and the sturdy plane began to dim. A 9-colored holy light vortex appeared, spinning like a wheel. The group of innate dark shadows were terrified. It was as if an apocalyptic energy was brewing. "Oh no! Everyone, gather and defend." The young-looking half-step monarch was so shocked that he almost couldn't maintain his human form. A sea of dark shadows surged out of his body to defend himself. In the next moment, with Lin Chen as the center, the holy power fluctuations continued to rise. The mountain sea prison couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of it. It was as if billions of volcanoes were erupting. It was as if billions of dragons were born. Around Lin Chen, eternal holy power was refracted. All of it accumulated and rushed toward the 53rd and 54th saint point. "Explode 2 saint points, open." Lin Chen roared angrily. Boom tilde. Bam. Bam. Dazzling hexagonal starlight flashed around Lin Chen's body, illuminating the entire realm. The holy power fluctuations were like a storm, instantly erupting and sweeping through the sun, moon, and stars. Bam. 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 The 9-colored holy light vortex exploded crazily. Lin Chen's 53rd and 54th saint points were opened at the same time. All of the Dark Shadow tribe members were almost blown away by the explosion of the holy power. All of the auspicious beasts felt their scalps tingle, and the soles of their feet turned cold. Just the phenomenon brought about by a breakthrough was enough to kill a saint king. What kind of monster was this breakthrough? It's not over yet. After accumulating the attribute drops from the true god level, it'll be even more powerful. Lin Chen laughed heartily. His arrogance was unmatched. When he opened his arms, the wind and clouds changed again. The 55th and 56th saint points, open for me. The 9-colored holy light vortex trembled, and the half-step monarch almost peed his pant. He's still going to do it. What kind of monster is this guy? Boom tilde. Bam. 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 The terrifying energy fluctuations were like pillars of light exploding into the sky. The entire auspicious beast realm was completely shattered by Lin Chen. All of the treasures in the auspicious beast realm turned into attribute light balls and fell into the void. All of the auspicious beasts were still fearful. Fortunately, this divine light protected their bodies. Otherwise, with their cultivation, the number of people who could survive that explosion could be counted on one hand. Lin Chen's 55th and 56th saint points opened, and the aurora-like hexagonal starlight shone under the starry sky. In Lin Chen's Tai space, the corresponding Tai saint point appeared. A total of 112 saint acupoints shone brightly like stars around Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen mobilized all the blood and qi in his body, condensing the last strand of high-grade saint qi essence into his saint acupoint. Boom. Bam. The shocking explosion continued. The Dark Shadow tribe couldn't hold on until the last moment. The dark tide broke through their defenses, and they were all blown away. A large number of dark shadows disappeared. The Dark Shadow tribe wasn't good at defense, and the entire Dark Shadow tribe was heavily injured. The auspicious beasts were shocked and felt a chill down their spines. Too monstrous. What kind of background did this human have? If he had single-handedly turned the tide and killed all of the Dark Shadow tribe, perhaps they would only marvel at his abnormal combat strength. But this guy was actually able to heavily injure the Dark Shadow tribe just by relying on the aftermath of his breakthrough. How could such a monster be born in the history of the human race? Bai Qianqian puffed out her proud chest. The young girl was proud of her success, and her beautiful eyes couldn't hide her longing and pride for Lin Chen. The young girl thought proudly in her heart, "Did you see that? My master is 10,000 times more powerful than you think. He has good taste, there's nothing to say." The Dark Shadow tribe's army wailed, and many of them were seriously injured by the explosion. If it was a group of human sage kings or dragon kings of the same cultivation level, they wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The Dark Shadow tribe's innate advantage didn't lie in their defense. This caused Lin Chen's acupoint explosion to almost kill a large number of them, and this was under the premise that there was a half-step Dark Shadow King holding the line. Lin Chen took a deep breath. His breath was like a dragon, and he absorbed the qi into a vortex. When he absorbed all the holy energy back into his saint acupoints, the 116 saint acupoints on his body glowed brightly, emitting boundless light. Lin Chen had reached the late stage of the life and death realm. A perfect ending. Chapter 1797. Lin Chen's heart trembled as he spoke with uncontrollable excitement. Late life and death realm, 58 saint points. The elemental light orbs and the remains of a demon god king. After a huge battle, they helped me break through 5 saint acupoint. Originally, Lin Chen had 52 saint points. If not for the battle with the demonic god race, he could only break through to 53 saint points at most. Breaking through a saint point in the life and death realm, the increase in saint force and magnitude seemed to be the same, but the difficulty of breaking through a saint point was much higher than the previous one. The higher the foundation, the more powerful the accumulation. But with the elemental light orbs that he picked up in the battle, Lin Chen had made a qualitative leap. One could imagine that in the future, if Lin Chen was able to kill a true divinity-level opponent, he would most likely break through several realms consecutively. Lin Chen clenched his fists and exclaimed, "In the life and death realm, every time you open 2 saint acupoints, you will gain double the total amount of saint power. My transformation realm saint power is comparable to 1,000,000 Zun power, and opening 2 saint acupoints will double the amount of saint power. Including the buff from the Heart Sutra and the extreme god possession talent, opening 2 saint acupoints will give me 5,000,000 Zun power. Lin Chen's life and death realm saint points would give him 5,000,000 venerables worth of saint force every time he opened 2 saint point. This was because this was not a temporary breakthrough of saint points, but a real cultivation base with the Tai Sky concealing technique and extreme god possession. Lin Chen had broken through 6 saint points this time, and the saint force he obtained was comparable to 15,000,000 venerables. Including the original foundation, Lin Chen's saint points alone could unleash more than 20,000,000 venerables worth of saint force. Life and death realm combat power surpassed reincarnation saint realm. He had directly rushed to the level of quasi-god early stage. Since ancient times, in the 3-dimensional universe, only a monster like Lin Chen could achieve such a crazy leap. Including the high-level saint force blood I obtained from the demonic god king's remains, Dragon King's Saint Dragon bloodline has just reached 99 million venerables, and his body refinement strength has also reached 4,000,000 venerables. Fighting with a true god opponent, his overall combat power has really soared. Lin Chen sighed slightly and withdrew his thoughts in the blink of an eye. His gaze swept across the Dark Shadow race. Lin Chen floated in midair and said to the leaders of the Dark Shadow race with a smile, "What do you think? I didn't kill you. Are you guys touched?" The trembling half-step monarch hurriedly kowtowed. Touched, Lin Chen, what? Do you dare to move? Half-monarch, no. I don't dare to move. I don't dare to move. Lin Chen, Not touched. Little brother, there's something wrong with you. Half-monarch. I was wrong, brother. Lin Chen smiled like a Chinese rose. Seeing the sincerity in your eyes and the fact that you offered up your storage ring, I'll consider sparing your life. The Dark Shadow race had a lot of resources. They traveled all over the world and plundered far more treasures than experts of the same level. Therefore, Lin Chen accepted it out of kindness. In the end, Lin Chen even used the extreme prison Heavenly Prison to imprison the entire Dark Shadow army. Their lives were at his mercy. Lin Chen looked at the auspicious beasts. The crisis is over. You can leave at any time. Lin Chen glanced at them and removed the dense Taishi divine light around them. The auspicious beasts looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. They even felt like they were dreaming. They were facing the threat of extinction just now, and it was over just like that. The Dragon Elder looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen of the human race, you, Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. Don't dawdle. I'm not interested in you. By the way, the demon race is about to attack the human race. Even if you want to run, don't go near the sacred boundary of the human race. Otherwise, I won't be interested in saving you next time. The price for my help is very expensive. The auspicious beasts looked at each other, their hearts full of disbelief. This was the first time they had seen a human who didn't covet them. An auspicious beast could double the foundation of an 8th-rank sect of the human race. The auspicious beasts present now were the accumulation of many generations of inheritances in the divine river galaxy. There were tens of thousands of them. With this boy's means, he could forcibly suppress and enslave them. The dragon elder still said in disbelief, "Sir Lin Chen, are you really going to let us go like this?" Lin Chen glanced at him. "What else can I do? The world is in chaos right now. I'm not interested in taking you burdens as far away as possible." Lin Chen wasn't interested in the auspicious beasts. That wasn't the case. On the contrary, he knew their value very well. But now he was wanted by the demon emperor in front of him, the entire demon realm was eyeing him covetously, and the demon race's army was about to arrive. How could he have the time to deal with these guys? Bai Qianqian stood proudly beside Lin Chen, patted her chest, and said proudly, "See, what did I say? Master Lin Chen won't enslave our auspicious beast." When the auspicious beasts looked at each other, Lin Chen said indifferently, "Little Qian, there's no time to talk nonsense with them. Go back the way you came. You know the route to the immortal dawn ancient ruins. Take your family there to take refuge." Bai Qianqian replied with a blissful yen as she called out to her mother. Staring at the extreme prison, heavenly prison floating in the sky, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. "I'm going to the Dark Shadow race personally." According to Lin Chen's understanding of Lin Can, if he became the new king of the Dark Shadow race, it would be impossible for him to order the Dark Shadow race to invade the auspicious beast plane. Little Shadow Lin Can had followed Lin Chen for a long time. No one knew Lin Chen's personality better than him. And Lin Chen had confirmed with the half-step Dark Shadow monarch that it was indeed Lin Can's order. Then, since that was the case, there must be a shocking change in the Dark Shadow race. He had to go, or the consequences would be unimaginable. After the doppelganger took away the attribute light ball of the auspicious beast plane, Xiao Linger flew over. Seeing so many auspicious beasts, she exclaimed and said solemnly, "Master, I've already found the route the Dark Shadow race took. We can set off at any time." Lin Chen waved his hand. "Let's go. Attack the Dark Shadow race." The distorted space directly below the Divine River Galaxy was dark and boundless. It was as if there was no end to it. This place was like the boundary of the universe, covered by a dark shadow. And on the other side of the distorted space was a paradise. Spirit plants stood like a forest, and the dark shadow surged like a tide. Countless treasures were piled up here. This place was one of the Dark Shadow race's hidden base planes. Innate Dark Shadow altar. The young and handsome Lin Can sat on top of the altar, refining countless rare treasures into the whirlpool-like Dark Shadow body. In the end, everything was swallowed into nothingness. Lin Can said with intoxication, his eyes filled with bloody light. "Such a young body and bloodline, I can't stop even if I want to. As expected of my final product, it has all the potential of an ultimate Dark Shadow, and it also has the fastest growth shortcut in the world. It has merged the advantages of the Demon race, Dark Shadow race, and Dragon race." Lin Can, who was sitting high up on the altar, stood up, spread his arms, and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha. You didn't expect it, did you? You didn't even dream that I would be able to calculate to this step, did you? The 14th Ultimate Dark Shadow, the 15th Ultimate Dark Shadow, you are all my stepping stones. I will become the only king of the Dark Shadow race. Next, the Divine River Galaxy will be in my hands. Sacred boundary of the human race, I, Tuo Sheng, have returned." Chapter 1798. Tuo Sheng. In the annals of human history, the Saint Realm expert who loved to wander the world had long since disappeared in the long river of time. Now, he had reappeared in the world. He had borrowed the body of Lin Can Jr. to return to the world. Or rather, he had been planning this all along. He had planned this the moment the 14th Ultimate Dark Shadow possessed his dead body. Lin Can laughed maniacally. "I refined my blood with my primordial spirit and transformed my body with my bloodline. I planted my bloodline in the 15th Ultimate Dark Shadow. In addition, the 14th Ultimate Dark Shadow possessed my body and fused my primordial spirit with it. When the two meet and devour each other, they will fuse and revive. Ha ha ha. You've really staked everything on one throw. You've all been successfully plotted by me. The guy from the 14th issue is naturally intelligent. I'm sure that it will covet my body after I die and take over my accumulation. Clever people are outsmarted by their own cleverness. Clever people are outsmarted by their own cleverness. Ha 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 ha. The 15th Ultimate Dark Shadow's fatal flaw happened to need the 14th Ultimate Dark Shadow's bloodline to fill in. It was a perfect ending. The current Lin Kan Jr. was Tuo Sheng. The real Junior might have died a long time ago. Tuo Sheng's plan was so deep that it was terrifying. He had refined his blood with his primordial spirit and planted his bloodline in the Junior when it was still an egg. Furthermore, he was certain that the ultimate dark shadow of the 14th stage would definitely possess his body. In this way, both ultimate dark shadows would possess his existence. Once the 14th and 15th ultimate dark shadows fought and devoured each other, Tuo Sheng would be the ultimate winner no matter which side won. But all of this was based on the premise that the Ultimate Shadow Society in the 14th episode possessed his body. If the 14th Ultimate Dark Shadow didn't possess his body, all of this would be for naught. However, Tuo Sheng had won his gamble. He deserved to be called a hero of a generation. Moreover, Tuo Sheng had planned this all along. After he succeeded in possessing Lin Kan's body, he would immediately become the new king of Dark Shadows and mobilize the experts of the Dark Shadow race to search for the auspicious beast plane. Auspicious beasts could influence the providence of the world. When they complemented spirit plants with providence, they were like tigers that had grown wings. It could produce massive amounts of resources. However, the auspicious beasts were good at concealing themselves from the fate of the heavens and wouldn't be easily discovered by other races. The only thing they couldn't hide from was the Dark Shadow race's carpet search. That was why the first thing Tuo Sheng wanted to do when he took control of the Dark Shadow race was to take control of the auspicious beast. He wanted to cut off the other race's path of survival at the source. The Dark Shadow clan was good at collecting treasures. Together with the auspicious beasts, there was no clan in the world that could compare to them. The reason why the Dark Shadow race didn't unite was because there wasn't a single Dark Shadow king who could rule them. Now that a king had appeared, he would be invincible. Tuo Sheng's eyes flickered, and his handsome face twisted slightly. He was still unable to completely control this body. From possessing it to suppressing Lin Kan's essence soul will, it had only taken him a few months. There were still some remnants of Lin Kan's will in the depths of his body, and he needed enough time to completely assimilate it. Tuo Sheng exhaled. Dark tides surged around him, and distorted shadows floated in the air as he muttered to himself. According to the original plan, my ultimate dark shadow should have been the existence with the greatest potential in the world. Tuo Sheng's eyes were as dark as the abyss. But this time, Lin Chen just had to appear. Tuo Sheng had taken over Lin Chen's body and fused with many of his memories. He was no stranger to Lin Chen. Even Tuo Sheng, who had traveled through the various races for dozens of eras, had never seen or heard of this human before. The arc of their growth was simply not a height that the human race could reach. Who in the world could expand and condense their acupoints tens of thousands of times? Was he even human? When Tuo Sheng fused with part of Lin Kan's memories, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had only been dead for a few eras. Were all the young people these days so terrifying? Expanding and condensing their acupoints tens of thousands of times? If the sacred boundary was filled with such monsters, wouldn't he, the ultimate dark shadow, be the weakest of the weakest? Fortunately, after some investigation, Tuo Sheng realized that Lin Chen was the only one of his kind in the sacred boundary. The biggest variable now was to avoid Lin Chen for the time being. This child is my only variable. No matter what time it is, I should avoid this child's sharpness. Rumble tilde. Time and space trembled, and the altar shook violently. Tuo Sheng frowned. Who dares to attack my altar? My king, there are intruders. 5 innate dark shadow monarchs emerged from the void. Layers of darkness surged and they looked like birds with dark feathers. The leader, the dark shadow monarch, said fearfully, It's the humans. Tuo Sheng's heart skipped a beat. How did the humans discover my location? How many have come? The Dark Shadow Monarch said, 3. Also, all the Dark Shadow warriors we sent to the auspicious beast realm have been captured. What? Tuo Sheng's hair stood on end. Dark shadows rolled like the tide, and the dark shadow hall behind the altar shook violently. Bam! Bam! 4 distorted shadows transformed into a dark ray of light and shot into the sacrificial altar, smashing into the ground one after another. Blood flowed out and miserable screams rang out. The dark shadow monarchs looked closely. They were the 4 innate dark shadows they had sent to attack the auspicious beast realm. Tuo Sheng rose to his feet angrily. In his human form, his eyes were as black as ink. He stared outside the altar, and an aura that was both strange and familiar appeared in the air. Lin Can, I didn't teach you to invade other races. As the cold and mocking laughter echoed in the air, the silver-robed figure stepped on the shadow altar and slowly walked over. Have you become arrogant, Lin Chen? Or have I, Lin Chen, become too arrogant? Have you forgotten what I taught you after becoming the new king of the Dark Shadow race? All the Dark Shadow monarchs released their shadows to protect Tuo Sheng and guard against Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Lin Can calmly and smiled. Why aren't you saying anything? The strange light in Tuo Sheng's eyes changed rapidly. He pretended to be reunited and said excitedly, Big brother, why are you here? There's a deep story behind this. I'll explain it to you. He reprimanded, This is my human big brother, Lin Chen. Don't be rude. The 5 Dark Shadow monarchs were shocked. Lin Chen of the human race? Is he the one the elders were talking about a while ago? In order not to arouse Lin Chen's suspicions, Tuo Sheng waved a hand, and the Dark Shadow monarchs stepped aside and withdrew their defensive posture. He quickly walked over and hovered in front of Lin Chen. He grinned and said, Big brother, the reason why the auspicious beast realm holy light suddenly exploded. Lin Chen raised his hand and tore through the void with his fingers, unleashing a peerless holy power that could suppress eternity. He slapped the Dark Shadow monarch's head in a flash. Rip tilde. Boom tilde. The slap created thousands of afterimages and broke the spatial crystal wall and the barrier. The terrifying power penetrated the ground and spread all the way until the surface of the Dark Shadow altar cracked and shattered. All the Dark Shadow monarchs were shocked. The new Dark Shadow monarch vomited blood on the spot. He turned into a unique shadow dragon and was crushed into the ground. Lin Chen clapped his hands and said calmly, Remember this. It doesn't matter if you're Lin Can or Tuo Sheng. You'll always be a little brother to me. Chapter 1799. In the Dark Shadow plane, an overwhelming darkness seeped out from the ground, the sky, the mountains, the rivers, and the seas. Outside the Dark Shadow altar, Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linga floated in the air, ready for battle. On the surface, the 2 of them looked calm and collected. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, their expressions would not change. However, their hearts were already in turmoil. Lord, you're going too far this time. Lord, you really think highly of us by asking us to block these innate dark shadows outside. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linga smiled bitterly as they communicated telepathically. Stopping all the innate dark shadows in the enemy's base. That was impossible. Even though the Dark Shadow race had gone through many wars and had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Dozens of innate dark shadows had gathered in a short period of time, and each of them was comparable to a human sage king. Other than that, there were some Dark Shadow race that were even more terrifying than normal sage kings. They had obviously touched the threshold of the sovereign level. Although the 2 of them were the best among the sage kings and had extraordinary skills, facing such a terrifying enemy, they would be drowned by numbers alone. Most importantly, the task given to them by Lord was to guard the outside. They could only fight and not run. If there were only the 2 of them, they would definitely lose this battle. It was just a matter of time. However, there was no confusion in their eyes. They had entrusted their lives to Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen wanted them to die, they would not hesitate. Buzz. Red clouds rose, and a faint reddish-gold divine light enveloped the 2 of them, forming a halo. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Linga were surprised. It's Lord's absolute defense. The divine light descended, and the Dragon King, whose body was as majestic as a galaxy, appeared right above the Dark Shadow plane. It was Lin Chen's Dragon King. After obtaining the blood essence of the demonic God King's remains, the Dragon King's injuries from using the Tai Eon Dragon Claw were all healed. It even reached the threshold of 99 million venerables. The Dragon King's body was as large as a few stars if it was fully displayed. It opened its mouth wide, and 5 water prisons covered the altar in the shadow plane. They began to seal the boundary of the plane. The innate Dark Shadow race's ability to travel through the void was extremely strong. In order to prevent the Dark Shadow race from escaping, the Dragon King's extreme prison, Heavenly Prison, had to be used to imprison the Dark Shadow plane. The Dark Shadow race began to attack the Dragon King's extreme prison, Heavenly Prison, after sending out a profound energy wave to each other in the language unique to the Dark Shadow race. They were aware of the other's intentions. Zi Qianqiu shouted coldly, "Let's go and assist our lord." With a flick of his finger, the 12 Dao Palaces array formation appeared. The all-encompassing Star Palaces array formation enveloped the entire area. Xiao Ling nodded and said, "Prioritize stabilizing the space near the altar. Don't let them destroy the structure of the prison." The Lord specifically instructed that we must not let the new Shadow King escape. With Lin Chen's Taishi Divine Light, the two of them could ignore all the attacks coming their way. Inside the shadow altar, Tuo Sheng's head was smacked by Lin Chen's palm, and he was almost severely injured. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After I became the new Shadow King, I could even suppress the human race's reincarnation saint stage. How could this kid injure me with a single palm? The most terrifying thing was that Tuo Sheng was very familiar with the saint stage. He could sense that Lin Chen had only cultivated the qi of life and death. In other words, even with such terrifying saint power, his actual cultivation level was not higher than the star realm. What kind of monstrous and abnormal strength was this? It was not surpassing levels or surpassing levels at all. It was surpassing levels. He had completely surpassed a major realm. He could even crush a saint king. He had reached a level above the reincarnation saint stage. Oh right, he just mentioned my name. Before Tuo Sheng could react, Lin Chen stomped his foot. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as holy light shot up into the sky and toward Tuo Sheng, piercing through the earth like a raging dragon. The 5 innate Dark Shadow monarchs flashed and distorted the space at a terrifying speed. In an instant, they reversed the space and rescued their new king. Bang! Bang! The altar was completely torn apart and turned into dust. Wherever the holy light passed, it illuminated the dark underground. Lin Chen and Tuo Sheng looked at each other. Tuo Sheng said in disbelief, "You can recognize me?" Lin Chen sneered. "Lin Can is the guy who went through half of the sacred boundary with me. How could I not recognize my own brother?" Indeed, Tuo Sheng had taken over Lin Can's body. No matter what kind of secret technique he used, he could not tell the difference because they were essentially the same being. However, Lin Chen could sense the new Shadow King's wariness when they first met. One had to know that little Shadow King Lin Can was not wary of Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen knew better than anyone how many life-and-death battles they had fought side by side. In fact, Lin Can even held a certain amount of respect and admiration for Lin Chen. The new Shadow King did not have any of that. This was a bond that only brothers who had gone through life and death together could understand. It was stronger and more effective than any distinguishing technique. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility left: Tuo Sheng. If the Carnate Shadow King's inheritance was Little Shadow King's possession, he would have attacked long ago. He could have attacked Lin Can back in the battlefield of the 9 races. Why wait until now? Combined with the fact that Lin Can had killed the 14th Ultimate Shadow King, the only possibility left was Tuo Sheng. The new Dark Shadow King in front of him was a genuine threat to the Dark Shadow race. To Lin Chen, he was a fake. Lin Chen clenched his fist, and a dark red holy sword appeared. The blade looked like it had been doused in bloody flames. "Wait, Lin Chen," Tuo Sheng suddenly spoke. "Why do we have to kill each other? I've spent my entire life immersing myself in the lives of all races, and it wasn't easy for me to leave a way out for myself. Besides, this little guy has given you a lot of benefits when he was alive, hasn't he?" Lin Chen's expression suddenly darkened. Mad killing intent brewed in his eyes. Tuo Sheng sent a secret message to Lin Chen. "Now that I've come back to life, It's only a matter of time before I completely control the Dark Shadow race. Lin Chen, with your ability and talent, why don't you work with me? You'll have half of what the Dark Shadow race has in the future. As long as you're willing to work with me, you'll have half of what the Dark Shadow race once had. Tuo Sheng was extending an olive branch to Lin Chen. They controlled multiple spatial coordinates in the universe, knew a lot of secret realms, and possessed unparalleled wealth and resources. The Dark Shadow race was indeed the race with the most potential. That was why they were targeted by all races. Lin Chen said slowly. Tuo Sheng, you'll always be you. He'll always be him. If my brother dies, you'll have to accompany him in death. Lin Chen stepped on a cloud, flew through the sky, and slashed vertically with absolute blaze, creating 1,000 layers of flames. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Intense black smoke rose from the corrosion, and a shadow that seemed to cover the sky blocked Lin Chen's blade. I gave you face, but you didn't take it. Tuo Sheng scolded angrily. He sent a message to the Dark Shadow monarchs. Listen up, tell the founding elders to come out of seclusion and take down this kid. The 5 Dark Shadow monarchs were surprised. This human was strong, but they didn't need the founding elders to come out of seclusion to deal with him, did they? Tuo Sheng was exasperated. Goddamit, a bunch of idiots. There are 7 more who are as strong as him. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, flowers rained down from the heavens, and rays of illusory divine light descended upon the altar. 7 illusory avatars surrounded Tuo Sheng. The Dark Shadow monarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. There really were 7 of them. Chapter 1800. Lin Chen instantly reduced a large amount of runic energy. Now that he had broken through 6 Saint Acupoints in a row, his cultivation level had skyrocketed, and the amount of runic energy required for the doppelgangers to synchronize with his cultivation level had also skyrocketed. My cultivation level has skyrocketed after breaking through Acupoints in a row. I need a battle to get used to it, so I can test it out on these Dark Shadow beings. Lin Chen's eyes flashed as he stared at Tuo Sheng. Tuo Sheng's primordial spirit and will are still somewhat incomplete. If that's the case, I wonder if Lin can still be saved. Lin Chen kept an eye out. The Dragon King in the outside world was always preparing another divine dragon bloodline supernatural power. Tuo Sheng looked around, and his heart sank. Has he been planning to surround me all along? Why can't I send a message out? Something's not right. Our altar space has been sealed. The Dark Shadow beings outside can't enter. We've been surrounded. The 5 Dark Shadow monarchs looked at each other, and their true forms, which were distorting space, gradually revealed themselves. The Dark Shadow beings' eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the night. Their bodies were shaped like bats, and their left and right claws were covered in winged shadows. Every time they flapped their wings, a tidal wave of dark mist swept up. One of the doppelgangers pulled out luminous rhino, rushing thunder, and burning spirit flying daggers. 3 daggers flashed and tore through the darkness, covering Lin Chen as he rushed toward Tuo Sheng. Don't let him get close to the new king, beat him to death. The 5 Dark Shadow monarchs fought Lin Chen's doppelgangers head-on, and the doppelgangers blocked their attacks with ease. Even though the Dark Shadow race's innate ability was to travel through space, Lin Chen had a total of 7 doppelgangers. In a single exchange, Lin Chen arrived in front of Tuo Sheng. Roar tilde. The dragon's roar reverberated like thunder. Tuo Sheng had finally revealed his true form as the ultimate shadow. It was an unprecedentedly huge creature that opened up the altar space. Its face was like a chelene, its claws like an eagle, and its body like a snake. Demonic aura formed scales, and dark shadows formed wings. The dark aura around it absorbed all the light in the world. It stretched out a claw, its movements slow, as if it was a giant beast that had difficulty moving. However, bam! Lin Chen fell down like a meteor. Even though he was using his movement technique, he was still hit. Ultimate Dark Shadow raised his dragon claws and swung them horizontally. Dark energy surged, and the force of the 2 dragon claws tore through the void like a pair of scissors. Lin Chen raised his saber and slashed violently in the air. Clang! Bang! 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 The aftermath of the collision set off a shockwave that destroyed everything within the altar space. Everything was reduced to dust. Only multiple battle rings were left in the vast space of the altar. That strange dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dark purple baleful aura condensed. It was actually condensing the aura of the devil race. In the next moment, the dragon's mouth spat out more than a dozen tornadoes that devoured the heavens and the earth, crushing the light rays and attacking Lin Chen once again. This time, Lin Chen did not use his saber. Instead, he used the demon slaughtering spear that was most effective against demons. Lin Chen pulled the spear with both hands, and 10,000 bolts of lightning surged. Lightning snakes danced around Lin Chen's body. When they entered the spear, Lin Chen thrust the spear back, and the dazzling lightning pierced through the baleful aura tornadoes, dominating the world. Tuo Sheng's dragon body swayed, and the moment Lin Chen blocked the attack, Tuo Sheng mysteriously disappeared. He swung his dragon tail, and the mighty force of the 1,000 layers of oblivion struck Lin Chen from a distance. The dragon tail came crashing down. Bam! Bam! Lin Chen had just fired his spear, but he was caught off guard and was knocked back again. He took more than a dozen steps in the air and looked around, staring at the colossal creature in front of him. That attack just now transcended space. The combination of the dragon race's power and the dark shadow race's spatial innate talent has caused space to have no trajectory to speak of. This is Tuo Sheng's ultimate achievement. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He had never seen a more perfect living being. The proud dragon tilted its head back slightly, inhaling and exhaling a storm that could sweep away the sun and moon. Its dragon eyes glanced at Lin Chen arrogantly and conceitedly. Tuo Sheng said in a low, muffled voice. Lin Chen of the human race, do you see this great achievement of mine? This is the greatest masterpiece of life, and it belongs to me. No matter who you are, the Dark Shadow King or the strongest in the world, it will be mine sooner or later. This innate dark fiend dragon transformed from the ultimate shadow is my strongest trump card. A carnate dark shadow demon dragon, the killing power of the demon race, the body of the dragon race, and the innate talent of the dark shadow race. In the past, Lin Can's cultivation had been too weak to display the heaven-defying potential of this great talent. But things were different now. After passing the previous Dark Shadow King's test and inheritance, and living in the Dark Shadow race with almost endless resources, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and this advantage that originated from the essence of life had been magnified infinitely. The previous Dark Shadow Kings had fatal flaws, but this generation's king would be invincible as long as he grew to the level of a true god of the human race. He was practically the incarnation of a demon god. He perfectly made up for the weakness of the carnate Dark Shadow race, and no one could easily find an opening to attack him. The arrogant Tuo Sheng sneered. I was going to give you some face and join forces with you because of your talent, but it seems that there's no need for that now. You shameless thing. I'll kill you myself. Rumble tilde. The dragon's tail turned and smashed furiously at Lin Chen. The dragon's tail absorbed the spiraling storm of murderous aura and shot toward Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. Lin Chen flew into the sky and used his movement technique to the fullest. He stepped on the clouds and dodged the ferocious attack. The demonic dragon's tail, which was releasing a spiraling storm, missed its target. The space suddenly distorted, and the demonic dragon's tail, which was tens of thousands of feet long, strangely appeared behind Lin Chen. It was as if it had jumped into the void. Lin Chen said in surprise, I can't dodge it. Bam! Bam! Lin Chen was hit again. However, Tuo Sheng's expression changed drastically. His dragon's tail was restrained by a peerless saint power that could suppress 10,000 saints, and it couldn't move at all. Lin Chen's fingers dug into the dragon's tail, and his flesh tore open as he sneered coldly. Keep jumping, Tuo Sheng. Why aren't you jumping? Weren't you jumping a lot just now? Tuo Sheng's dragon pupils shrank. His huge dragon body suddenly trembled, and Tuo Sheng said in a trembling voice, You're still hiding your strength. He had seen Lin Chen's many trump cards from Lin Can's memories, but Lin Chen wasn't using any of them now. He was even suppressing him with one hand. Just how strong was this guy? Buzz tilde. Rumble tilde. At this moment, Lin Chen's saint power was fully unleashed. The sky changed color, and the dark shadow plane trembled. When Tuo Sheng saw Lin Chen's body flashing with 116 hexagonal starlight, he was completely dumbfounded. 116 saint points. Is this guy a reincarnation saint or a life and death saint? But that's not right. Even a saint ruler doesn't have more than 100 saint points. Since ancient times, no saint had ever had more than 100 saint points. Could it be that this kid had created his own cultivation system? Lin Chen said calmly, I'm done warming up. To be able to withstand 60% of my saint power, your growth rate is the fastest. 60% of his saint power? Tuo Sheng was shocked. The carnate demonic dragon, who had been arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, suddenly went limp. Lin Chen hadn't even used his full strength. Was he still human? Chapter 1801. Lin Chen needed to fight until he could get used to his new strength. During the battle, he was also observing Tuo Sheng. Killing Tuo Sheng was not Lin Chen's main goal. Saving Lin Can was his priority. Lin Chen thought to himself, as expected, Lin Can hasn't completely dissipated. If I want to save him, I'll have to take a gamble. He could not give in to a madman like Tuo Sheng. Once he did, Tuo Sheng would become fearless. Tuo Sheng forced himself to remain calm. Don't think that you're the only one with a trump card, Lin Chen. My dark shadow monarchs are also, Lin Chen sneered. Oh, is that so? Why don't you turn around and see what a surprise is? Tuo Sheng was taken aback. When he turned around, his pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. All 5 of his dark shadow monarchs were currently being held by Lin Chen's doppelgangers like chickens. They could not move at all. Suppression in every aspect. Lin Chen had previously broken through 6 Saint Acupoints in a row. With 58 Saint Acupoints and 58 Great One Saint Acupoints, his combat strength had already surpassed the level of a reincarnation sage. In other words, his doppelgangers were far stronger than ordinary reincarnation sages. They were equivalent to early-stage quasi-gods. In other words, Lin Chen's doppelgangers were equivalent to 8 quasi-gods in the Dark Shadow tribe. Crimson clouds formed under Lin Chen's feet as he flew through the air, leaving after images everywhere. This time, Lin Chen's speed was several times faster than before. Tuo Sheng's massive body immediately retreated, his scalp tingling. Where will he attack from? From the right, or from above? He's too fast. Even if I can predict it. Bang! Bang! Then, he threw out a punch that was as powerful as a raging tsunami, right at the top of Demon Dragon's head. His leg swept out like a dragon and sent Demon Dragon Saint's dragon body flying, causing him to fall into the endless void. The ground trembled, and everything was reduced to dust. Lin Chen attacked continuously, suppressing Tuo Sheng just by using his sacred power. It was impossible to predict. Even Tuo Sheng, who possessed the ultimate shadow body, could not predict Lin Chen's location. His speed was too fast. When he predicted 10 positions, his after-images, which were hard to distinguish, would appear from hundreds or even thousands of positions. Lin Chen's figure appeared from all over Buddha Sage's body, his fists pounding, his palms turning into claws as he tore through all of Buddha Sage's defenses. What terrified Tuo Sheng the most was that his injuries had not healed yet. It was a move that Lin Can remembered clearly in his memories. It was Lin Chen's familiar trump card, the incurable attack. Therefore, the former Lin Can would always be in awe of Lin Chen. Your big brother will always be your big brother. Tuo Sheng didn't even have a chance to scream as he was being beaten up. For some reason, he recalled what Lin Chen had said earlier. In front of me, you will always be a little brother. Lin Chen, I surrender, I surrender. I am willing to call you king. Tuo Sheng screamed as he clutched his head with his claws. His eyes were bloodshot, and his scales were cracked. The immense pain caused him to beg for mercy. Stop hitting me. It wasn't easy for me to come back to life. Young man, can't you be a little more lenient? I am willing to agree to any of your conditions. Lin Chen sneered and said, my condition is for you to flop. Tuo Sheng hurriedly said, why don't you become the king of the Dark Shadow race? I am willing to submit to you and do anything for you to take control of the Dark Shadow race. Tuo Sheng's dark dragon eyes flashed with a strange light. He was like a lurking viper, waiting for a chance to strike. Surely, Lin Chen would find it hard to refuse such a generous offer. Taking control of the Dark Shadow race was the dream of many beings who stood at the top of their race. Now, it was right in front of Lin Chen. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted, right? But to his surprise, bang! Without hesitation, he punched a hole through Tuo Sheng's body, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Tuo Sheng screamed in horror. Lin Chen, have you gone mad? This is your brother's body. If you destroy it, he will never be able to come back to life. Tuo Sheng's eyes were as sharp as ever. He sensed Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen hadn't given up on Lin Can. That was why Tuo Sheng was certain that Lin Chen wouldn't kill him. However, the situation was beginning to exceed his expectations. Lin Chen didn't show any mercy and attacked him fiercely. He was clearly trying to kill him. He wasn't giving Tuo Sheng and Lin Can a chance to live. What was Lin Chen's intention? Was he trying to kill him to vent his anger? We're all here to make a living, can't we talk about benefits? Why was he trying so hard? Madman! You are a madman. I will kill you. Seeing that he couldn't show weakness, Tuo Sheng went berserk. His dragon body danced, and his murderous aura condensed like a flying dragon. His dragon blood burned fiercely, and Tuo Sheng released a shadow that covered the sky as he retreated rapidly. Lin Chen chased after him, riding on the blood-red light. The carnate demonic shadow dragon roared at the sky and swung its tail. A terrifying spiral wind swirled around the tail, making it look like a dragon's head. This attack was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the entire altar was reduced to nothingness. Demonic Dragon Dark Devour. This was the strongest attack Tuo Sheng could use after taking control of Lin Can's body. Clang! His sword was unsheathed. Lin Chen didn't use his spear. His hands glowed with colorful light as he raised his sword and slashed furiously. The tip of the sword slashed vertically, slashing out a giant sword that could split the heavens. It fell from the sky and split into 5 shadows in an instant. Divine Force Heaven-Splitting Sword. Kai. Bang. 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 The heaven-splitting sword easily tore through the sealed space and crushed the dark demonic shadow dragon's tail. The aftermath of the collision caused the altar's space to explode. 2 of the 5 extreme heavenly prisons that were specially used to seal this space also exploded. After a series of explosions, the dark demonic shadow dragon's tail exploded into fragments and elemental light balls. No, no! Tuo Sheng let out a miserable scream of agony. In an instant, Lin Chen's palm touched his waist, and a stream of light flashed. The flying daggers were unsheathed. Lin Chen's 3 peerless flying daggers, Rushing Thunder, Burning Spirit, and Spirit Rhino, shot out at the same time. The 3 flying daggers flashed like flowing lights, forming a triangular formation that twisted into the dark shadow demon dragon's flesh and blood, crushing its dragon-scaled body as easily as crushing dry weed. These flying daggers destroyed my bloodline. Even the primordial spirit energy in my bloodline was burned into nothingness. Tuo Sheng was horrified. Lin Chen was really going to kill him. Kai. 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 The flying daggers tore Tuo Sheng's dark demonic shadow dragon's body into pieces. Lin Can's body had been completely destroyed. I can't keep this body anymore. It's completely dead. A silvery white light separated from Tuo Sheng's flesh and blood. It was the last wisp of Tuo Sheng's primordial spirit. Tuo Sheng's primordial spirit had finally left Lin Can's body. No, to be precise, it was Lin Can's corpse. The current Lin Can had been completely shattered. Chapter 1802. Old thing, you're finally willing to come out. Lin Chen sneered. He was sure that this old thing would be fearless and feel that he couldn't kill Lin Can. Unfortunately, he, Mr. Lin, was best at playing cards that didn't follow the rules. He formed hand seals with both hands, and a vast essence soul-burning dragon rose above his head. 8 dragons danced wildly, and the power of the essence soul burned the world. Kai. Boom tilde. The 8 burning dragons roared at the sky, bursting forth with the essence soul dragon sound that burned all spirit power, and it penetrated space and time. Lin Chen. Tuo Sheng was penetrated by the essence soul dragon sound, and he cursed sharply. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Waves of essence soul dragon sound tore through space and time, causing space and time to tremble and distort. The 5 suppressed dark shadow monarchs were completely dumbfounded when they saw the human essence soul emerging from their new king's body. What is that? It's actually a human essence soul? Why would the new king be entangled by such a strange thing? The 5 dark shadow monarchs were bewildered. Under the waves of essence soul dragon sound, Tuo Sheng's last wisp of essence soul was completely destroyed. In the end, the formidable Tuo Sheng completely disappeared from the world. Lin Chen didn't have time to care about the elemental light balls around him. He looked down at the space below and the shattered dragon body. System, remove the target's destructive destruction and destructive explosion talent effects. With a single thought, Lin Chen activated the system and removed the effect of extinction. He had fought the battle just now with killing intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to gamble. Undying creation. Lin Chen immediately activated the bloodline ability, Undying Creation, that he had prepared in advance. The dragon-like yin-yang dragon aura emitted a black and white glow as it seeped out of the extreme hell heavenly prison and nourished the dragon body. The yin-yang dragon aura enveloped every inch of its flesh and blood, fusing wildly and healing its injuries. Lin Chen pierced his palm and fused a large amount of yin-yang dragon aura with the yin-yang dragon aura and sent it over. Within the remains of the dragon's body, he had stabilized his last thread of life, but his life was still hanging by a thread. Lin Chen was too ruthless this time. Lin Can was smashed to pieces. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to force Tuo Sheng out. Tuo Sheng's method of possession was different from that of ordinary experts. He had fused his primordial spirit into his bloodline. Then, he refined the bloodline with his essence soul consciousness into the 15th stage ultimate shadow egg. In other words, Tuo Sheng's bloodline had been a part of Lin Can from the very beginning. Using ordinary methods to force Tuo Sheng's primordial spirit out was simply impossible. Lin Chen had no choice but to take the risk and shatter Tuo Sheng's body. Then, he used the searing spirit flying dagger to attack Tuo Sheng's essence and blood, burning Tuo Sheng's essence and driving it out of Tuo Sheng's body. This was a risky move. The slightest carelessness would consign Lin Can to eternal damnation. Lin Chen was drenched in cold sweat. He was terrifyingly focused. He channeled a large amount of yin-yang dragon energy into his hands, stabilizing every inch of Tuo Sheng's body and healing it. Lin Chen's immortal godhead fragment could only be used on its host. It couldn't be used on other living beings. At the beginning of version 8.0, it was stated that the godhead was a power exclusive to the host. Even if it could transfer attributes, it couldn't be used on other living beings. The only thing Lin Chen could rely on was the yin-yang divine dragon's bloodline. They saw that Lin Chen didn't even care about them and was focused on healing the new Shadow King's body. The 5 dark shadow monarchs were experienced enough to understand what was going on. They had a rough idea of what was going on. Lin Chen of the human race seems to be saving our new Shadow King. Is he fighting the new Shadow King to force out the remnant consciousness of that human's primordial spirit? It's possible. I've heard from the elders that the new Shadow King and Lin Chen of the human race are as close as brothers. Back then, it was Lin Chen of the human race who risked his life to enter the battlefield of the 9 clans and bring the new Shadow King to our ancestors. All the mysteries were solved. So that was it. Otherwise, if Lin Chen really wanted to be enemies with them, why did he have to suppress them now? Wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Lin Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Oh no, the injuries are too serious. Even if this little guy has the dragon bloodline and can absorb the essence blood of the yin-yang divine dragon to the maximum, now that his vitality is gone, the amount of energy he can absorb is too little. It's not enough to fully heal his injuries and reconnect his injured body. If this went on, Lin Can wouldn't even be able to keep his life. At this time, one of the sovereigns of shadows immediately said, "Human, if you want to save our new Shadow King, you should take him to the tomb of the previous Shadow King. The Shadow King pool of our race is there. It accumulates the life bloodline of past Shadow Kings and can reconstruct the body of any Shadow King." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He ordered his doppelganger to release the Sovereign of Shadows and said in a low voice, "Where is the tomb of the Shadow King?" The Sovereign of Shadows led the way. Lin Chen opened the extreme hell heavenly prison and followed him to an ancient canyon with Lin Can's remains. Although this could be a trap, Lin Chen didn't care anymore. Saving Lin Can was the most important thing right now. Inside the canyon, there were 15 crystal jade pools. What was strange was that the crystal jade pools were filled with layers of shadows. Inky black smoke swirled around the void as if there was an eternal abyss inside the jade pools. The crystal jade pools were connected to a black pool in the center. The overflowing energy distorted time and space. Even someone as powerful as Lin Chen could only sense one concept: endless. This was the accumulation and foundation of past Shadow Kings and their will after their death. All of it was gathered here. The Sovereign of Shadows said seriously, "Please put the new king's body in. With his cultivation, he should be able to survive the baptism of the past king." Lin Chen's eyes were cold as he stared directly at the Dark Shadow Monarch. He said in a cold voice, "I will trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me and cause any harm to my brother, I will bury the entire Dark Shadow race with him." The cold voice was as sharp as a blade. It passed through the Sovereign of Shadows' heart. He couldn't help but tremble. This human valued the life of their new king so much. However, there was also a pleasant surprise in addition to shock. If the new king could be revived and befriended this human, with his current strength and potential, he would be the strongest ally of the Dark Shadow race. There was no other. The Sovereign of Shadows nodded and replied in the obscure human language, "I swear on my life that there is nothing false about what I said." Lin Chen took a deep breath. He raised a hand and put all the dragon remains into the largest black pool. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. A lot of black smoke rose from the black pool. In the next moment, light shone brightly as if a miracle had happened. Lin Can's broken body started to heal rapidly. His flesh and blood were regenerated and reformed. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that he could continue to use his undying creation divine art. Lin Chen sighed. "Little fellow, this is a miracle that only you can do. You can absorb the bloodline divine art of the dragon race and refine the life energy of a king of the Dark Shadow race." His life was saved, but it was unknown whether Lin Can's future potential would be greatly affected. After all, this was Nirvana rebirth. It could be said that Lin Can had fallen once and had been beaten to a pulp by Lin Chen. The entire process of Lin Chen defeating Buddha Saint and saving Lin Can was recorded by a screen that was spread open by a shadow. Two distorted shadows floated in the void. One of them laughed and sent a sound transmission. "Is this why you didn't go out and help, old man?" The other shadow said indifferently. "First of all, there is something wrong with the new king. This old man noticed it a long time ago. However, this problem is not something we can change. Second, this old man wants to see what this human is capable of. Then, your evaluation of him? Unprecedented since ancient times." Chapter 1803. Every generation of the Dark Shadow Kings ruled over the Divine River Galaxy. Every one of them could rival a true god of the human race. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow race has never been able to become a top race due to their lack of cultivation methods and reproduction. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh at the power of the black pool as he watched Lin Can heal himself quickly. Big brother? What's wrong with me?" It was at this moment Lin Can's fragmented consciousness emerged from the black pool. When Lin Chen heard Lin Can's voice, the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. "I beat you up, but don't worry, I'll take responsibility for it. I'm still healing you right now. You'll be able to come out in a while." Lin Chen shrugged and said happily, "From now on, Tuo Sheng's threat is gone. You'll have no more burdens. You can be the Dark Shadow King without worry." Tuo Sheng. Lin Can murmured. Only when the pieces of his body began to fuse back together and merge back into his own body did he remember everything. He had been possessed. He remembered everything about the time Tuo Sheng had taken over his body. Lin Can said hurriedly, "Big brother, Lin Chen raised a hand. "There's no point in saying more. You know what's good for you." It was at this moment the Dark Shadow Monarch said in a low voice, "Friend Lin Chen, I'm afraid that the new king's potential and strength will be affected. Even if the new king is reborn, he might not be able to convince the masses. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said mockingly, "Convince the masses? Who dares to object to my brother being the Dark Shadow King? Tell him to come find me." But for those who have opinions. Lin Chen stretched out his fist and pretended to be serious as he said, "My fist is bigger than your opinions. If anyone objects, the Dark Horse organization will come find Lin Chen." The Dark Shadow Monarch was speechless. This guy was simply tyrannical to the point of no bounds. He used to be a yes-man and had to scheme against the Dark Shadow race. Now, he was going to strike hard. He would beat anyone who objected until they did. After confirming that Lin Chen was fine, Lin Chen left the tomb of the Shadow King. When he stepped into the air and flew towards the outside world, the battle outside had already stopped. A large number of innate dark shadows were guarding against Zi Qianqiu and Xiaoling Er. Lin Chen said to the two of them, "It's done. We should go." Zi Qianqiu was stunned. "Done, done? My lord, the new Shadow King." Lin Chen nodded. He became obedient after a beating. Xiaoling Er, the doppelganger, collected all the attribute light balls dropped during the battle and returned to Lin Chen's side. "Everyone, these humans are friends, not enemies. They are only here to help the new Dark Shadow King overcome the difficulties. Now that the new Dark Shadow King has entered a state of seclusion, please wait for orders in our clan." The 4 Dark Shadow Monarchs showed up and gave orders to all Dark Shadow clansmen. The innate Dark Shadows all looked at each other. The new Dark Shadow King was going to attack the auspicious beast plane. Why was he going into seclusion now? Lin Chen transmitted his voice to the Dark Shadow Monarchs. "No matter what happens, my brother Lin Can is still the new Dark Shadow King. If you dare to do anything out of line to him while he is recuperating, you will be punished. You know what will happen to you." Lin Chen gave them a meaningful smile, as if telling the Dark Shadow Monarchs, "Don't think that you can escape from Lin Chen's palm just because you are from the Dark Shadow race." The Dark Shadow Monarchs nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They had seen Lin Chen's methods with their own eyes. Other than the few First Elders who could contend against him, no one else could be his opponent. Lin Chen waved his hand and took Zi Qianqiu and Xiaoling Er away. The Dragon King flew into the sky and carried Lin Chen. The Dark Shadow Monarchs watched Lin Chen leave and finally heaved a sigh of relief. This human is truly a pervert. His doppelganger is also so powerful. It is equivalent to the strength of his original body. He alone is a huge threat to our Dark Shadow race. However, the reverse is also true. He can do this for our new king. In a way, if he is an ally, he will be the most powerful ally of our Dark Shadow race. The Dark Shadow Monarchs looked at each other and made plans in their heart. Lin Chen didn't discover anything before he left the tomb of the Dark Shadow King. The energy surging in the black pool underwent a drastic change. Lin Can's body was reconstructed and ushered in a shocking change. The Dragon King galloped under the starry sky and destroyed countless meteors along the way. He flew all the way to the Divine River Galaxy and returned to the human race's sacred boundary. Lin Chen didn't have time to wait for Lin Can to repair his body before leaving. The cold wind swept past his cheeks and reflected Lin Chen's eyes that were full of fighting spirit. They were filled with urgency. The demon-human army will probably arrive at the sacred boundary soon. A great catastrophe is inevitable. Lin Chen looked down at the supreme-grade odd crystal in his hand and muttered to himself. Whether it is the God-Slayer talent or the God-defying talent, the combat power that I have might not be enough. Because this time, Lin Chen's opponents and enemies were far more than any previous time. The entire demon-human race, the demon race, and even the divine dragon of the dragon race might not be his allies and could not rule out the possibility of becoming his enemies. It wasn't enough to just have a trump card to contend with a god. It had to surpass the combat power of an ordinary true god. Lin Chen exhaled and the turbidity and confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. Sure enough, the only answer to this war, the decisive trump card, is the complete war god set. If he could provoke the hostility of the entire race like last time, the God-Slayer talent would allow Lin Chen to temporarily have the combat power of an individual true god. But a true god couldn't turn the tide in this situation. I'm afraid Yarrow won't listen to anything now. The only solution is for me to end this war and stop the demon-human race. In order to save Yarrow, the power of the war god set is indispensable. If there was any way to make the arrogant demon-human empress stop her revenge, the only choice was to defeat her directly and end this war. Only by becoming her enemy would he be able to talk to her. Lin Chen pondered in his heart. In the previous war, I accumulated 3 supreme-grade metal-type odd crystals. After finding the 7th metal divine pool, I obtained 6 supreme-grade metal-type odd crystals. Now, I have 9 supreme-grade metal-type odd crystals and I'm still missing one. That's right, he was still missing the last supreme-grade metal-type odd crystal, and Lin Chen would be able to forge the last piece of the war god set. And in the sacred boundary, there was news of another supreme-grade metal-type odd crystal. While Lin Chen was rushing back to the sacred boundary welcomed a shocking change. Limitless Palace, Bright Moon Stage. Today, the 100 clans had gathered together. A large number of rank 9 forces had appeared and gathered together. This time, more than 2/3 of the rank 9 forces in the sacred boundary's 36 domains were present. There were also mysterious families and sects that were even more secretive than the rank 9 sect. There was probably only one person in the world who could invite so many experts and forces. The number 1 fortune teller in the sacred boundary, Old Man Wuji. Chapter 1804. The limitless old man held a horsetail whisk in his hand. His long beard fluttered as he walked onto the bright moon platform. He looked around, and many familiar faces came into view. His expression was solemn as he said loudly, "Thank you all for giving this old man face and coming to my limitless heavenly palace from thousands of miles away. Today, I summoned you all here to discuss one thing, and that is to work together." As soon as the word work together came out, all the experts immediately frowned. Since ancient times, they had been competitors with each other. Except for a few major events in history, there was almost no such thing as working together. A strange old man in a blood-red cloak said coldly. His eyes were hollow, and a sharp light flashed between his brows. "Old man, it's not practical for us to work together. You didn't invite us here today for such a boring matter, right?" A golden-armored man with a golden spear pointed to the sky. He was extraordinarily handsome as he sat cross-legged on the clouds. It was as if he was holding up the heavens and earth. "I agree with this old man. Limitless old man, let's get straight to the point. What is it? Is it because of that little brat Lin Chen from before?" Everyone looked at the limitless old man. The limitless old man took a deep breath and said loudly, "Since that's the case, this old man will get straight to the point. Since the last calamity that this old man deduced, the greatest calamity of the human race's sacred boundary, has arrived early due to some uncontrollable factors. The limitless old man did not say that the reason why this calamity came early was because a certain human race youth whose fate could not be deduced had come into contact with the Empress. The calamity came from the Hellstar system in the south. The 9 calamities came, and misfortune overflowed. The 99 demon stars reappeared. The demon race rose, and the Empress descended. The world is about to be in chaos, and the experts of the various races will come out again. The demon race will launch a general attack on the human race. The limitless old man's words stirred up 1,000 waves. All the experts stood up. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. The demon race launched a general attack on the human race. The golden-armored man, who had been calm and collected just a moment ago, immediately raised his eyebrows and glared at the golden-armored man. "Old man, can you guarantee the accuracy of what you said? This is no small matter. This is a war between races. We can't be careless." The limitless old man nodded slightly. "Since this old man dared to gather all of you here, I naturally have enough confidence. This time, this old man has already invited a specialized Saint King to the Infernal Galaxy to scout the area belonging to the 4 great elders of the demonic race. Many demonic race tribes have already disappeared and headed to the main star field of the Infernal Galaxy. With a flick of his finger, countless streaks of light shot towards the powerhouses. It was a spatial jade slip. The experts opened the jade slips, which contained a large amount of information about the Hellstar system. When they saw the details, The expressions of many experts change. He was serious. The fighting strength of the Devil Cultivator clan was unprecedentedly concentrated. This was not an ordinary civil war. If so, there was no reason to mobilize so many demonic king-level expert. A Saint King realm powerhouse was an existence that could truly destroy the world. It was known as the territory of the four great elders of the demonic race. All the known demonic kings of the human race had been mobilized. This could not be a civil war. The limitless old man said with a solemn expression, "In order to collect this information, my limitless heavenly palace has lost 3 saint kings." The authenticity of the information is self-evident. Most of the gods of the human race's sacred boundary have already left the sacred boundary. Some of the guests present must know this in their hearts. This old man will not elaborate on the reason why the gods left. This time, I have gathered everyone to discuss the matter of resisting the demonic race. Clang. Someone threw his cup and left. What kind of joke is this, joining forces to deal with the demonic race? The empress of the demonic race has the combat strength to force the gods back. If she returns unharmed and brings the elders of the demonic race to kill us, the gods are not here. What are we going to use to fight? Damn it, whoever wants to fight can fight. I'm leaving. You want us to be the scapegoat of the gods? Impossible. Immediately, someone chose to retreat and even left through the air. The limitless old man seemed to have expected this and calmly watched all of this. After the first batch of powerhouses left, there were only half of the powerhouses left in the Bright Moon platform. Those who remained were all ruthless characters from the major sect. Patting his blood-colored cloak, the old and weak old man smiled indifferently. Then, "Old man, what do you think we should do?" The limitless old man said, "Coordinate our combat strength and join forces to deal with the demonic race." The golden-armored man raised his eyebrows. "With all due respect, even if we join forces, in the absence of the gods, if we fight head-on, I'm afraid we don't even have a 10% chance of winning." The limitless old man nodded and said, "Indeed, this is a losing situation. So we have to retreat in order to advance. When the war begins, the demonic race will definitely target our human race. So we have to withstand the first wave of attacks and take out the biggest formation to feign an attack." All the powerhouses were taken aback. Feign an attack? In the face of absolute strength, there was no possibility of a comeback. The limitless old man picked up a blue chess piece and said indifferently, "In this operation, the entire body will be affected. The demonic race has hated the human race for a long time. This operation will definitely trigger a series of reactions. The demon race has coveted the human race for many generations. They will definitely invade the sacred boundary after the human race's sacred boundary is broken through, or when both sides are injured. This old man has already deduced that the upper echelons of the demon race have already made their move. Invading the sacred boundary is only inevitable. What we need to do is to pretend to be defeated in the first wave of attacks. First, let the demonic race in, and then wait for the demon race to arrive. With the help of the 4 great demon race forces, we will heavily injure the demonic race. Then we will look for an opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, the dragon race will not sit idly by. At that time, it is very likely that it will turn into a chaotic battle between the top experts of the 3 races. Our human race can only wait until the end, for the only possibility. The old man in the blood-colored cloak covered his mouth and nose with his clothes. A deep light flashed across his old eyes. It is very risky to deceive the upper echelons of the demonic race into feigning an attack. Perhaps we will all be wiped out. The limitless old man said bluntly, "You are right. Perhaps we will be defeated in the first wave of feints. No matter what the result is, it will definitely be a disaster. Perhaps this will be the last battle of the human race in the history of the sacred boundary. But no matter what the outcome is, I hope everyone will remember." The limitless old man's voice was sonorous and powerful. When the demon race invades the sacred boundary and fights with the demonic race, it will be the last hope of our human race. It may be sad, but it is the only possibility now. 3 days later, a shocking news spread from the Saint Monarch region to the 36 regions. The human race's sacred boundary was in chaos. In the demon world, The upper echelons of the bloodthirsty demon race had gathered. Today was a grand occasion for the demon world of all races. The demon emperor had personally summoned them to coordinate the battle. The bloodthirsty demon emperor had personally appeared. He took the appearance of a human youth, wearing the demon emperor armor wrapped in blood energy like dragons. He wore a demon crown on his head, and his eyes were scarlet red. He sat high above the palace. Facing the heavenly demon venerables, and other experts under his command, he casually played with a wine cup filled with the blood of the human race's Saint King. He drank it in one gulp and then smiled evilly. Everyone, thousands of years have passed. There is no better time than now. Bloodthirsty demon race, listen to my orders. Follow my orders and attack the human race's sacred boundary. Chapter 1805. Thousands of demons in the desolate demon and devil world were excited. Countless regions were chanting the name of the Devil Emperor. Today, the heaven-burying Devil Emperor had arrived in person. Countless demons cheered. On the high platform, the heaven-burying Devil Emperor, who maintained the appearance of a demonic young man, smiled evilly and stroked the devil eye that was rotating in his palm. As the devil eye rotated, it seemed to be able to absorb the light of heaven and earth. After that, sinister devilish eyes opened on the neck, face, and shoulders of the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's imperial body as they swiveled around. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor revealed a maniacal smile and said, "Everyone, listen to my orders and follow my will to the sacred boundary of the human race. The first place to go is the heavens battlefield." The Devil Emperor's voice spread throughout the entire desolate demon and devil world. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of demons were excited and their murderous intent shook the 9 heavens. The devil race's evil aura was released and covered the entire starfield outside the devil world. The distance between the various star systems was extremely far. This distance was not too far for the true gods, devil emperors, and divine dragons. However, it would take some time for the upper echelons and mid-level combatants to arrive. At high speed, it would take more than a month to move to another star system. Moreover, it was under the premise that they did not encounter a large cosmic storm. Therefore, in this kind of super large-scale racial war, the side that took the initiative to participate in the war had to have at least the 7th level of the Saint Realm, which was the Star Realm. Living beings with insufficient cultivation would not only be unable to fight, but would also become a burden when moving between star systems. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of heavenly demon sovereigns and heavenly demon emperors tore through the void and came to the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's high platform and knelt on one knee. Heavenly demon emperors were the most powerful demons of the human race who were at the reincarnation Saint Realm. Among the 4 great demon clans, they were the most powerful cadres and were the confidants of the Devil Emperors. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor waved his hand and said, "All of you, lead the army to advance. Remember, you must let the demons attack first. Our goal this time is to prioritize the human race. The demons' attack will tire the human race out." Yes. All the demons received the order and were about to leave. Wait. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor stopped the 8 heavenly demon emperors. His eyes flashed with a soul-stirring demonic light and he smiled playfully. "The 8 of you do not need to follow the army, just follow me." The heaven-burying Devil Emperor looked into the distance as if he could see through the void and into a pitch-black abyss. The celestial demonic emperors reacted quickly. They had accompanied the emperor for countless years, so how could they not know the emperor's intent? They were all stunned. "Great demon emperor, you want to kill your way up through the demon eye of the sacred boundary?" Sacred boundary, holy prison. The location where the holy purgatory was suppressed had always been the main space-time plane of the demonic realm. Back then, as one of the victors of the Great War, the gods joined forces to create the holy prison, which directly suppressed a part of the demonic realm's space-time plane. Only a part of the space-time crack was left, which was not enough for the more powerful demons of the demonic realm to come out. For this reason, the demonic realm even had to open up a new plane for survival. Breaking the holy hell devil eye wasn't easy even for devil emperors. It might even require many devil emperors to join hand. An enchanting demon emperor with a thick tail said hesitantly, "Demon emperor, Breaking the seal of the holy prison of the human race can certainly catch the human race by surprise, but wouldn't that be too costly? The heaven-burying devil emperor was stronger than he had been in the past, but the price he had to pay to break the seal of the holy purgatory was too great. At this time, all the demons outside the high platform had already dispersed. The heaven-burying devil emperor slowly stood up. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was crazy and domineering, and this space-time prostrated before him. This time, this emperor only wants to take the dog life of the human race Lin Chen. Since he dared to kill this emperor's son, all the humans related to him must pay the price. When the heaven-burying devil emperor vaguely released a violent pressure, it almost suppressed the 8 heavenly devil emperors to their knees. The 8 heavenly devil emperors were all shocked at first, but then they were wild with joy. Congratulations, Lord Devil Emperor, for ascending to a new realm. 10,000 years, Devil Emperor, only the desolate demons will rule the myriad of world. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor will live forever. The heavenly Devil Emperor's congratulations made the heaven-burying Devil Emperor laugh especially creepily. This emperor has already completely controlled that thing. Those 4 lowly things still think that this emperor will tell them the secret. Nonsense, this emperor wants it all. Get ready. As soon as the demonic race launches an attack, move out immediately. This time, our target is not only Lin Chen, but also the entire demonic race and the human race. While the devil realm was undergoing a great change, the strange domain. Boom, boom, boom. The clouds were torn apart, and a peerless great ancient dragon descended from the sky, flying thousands of miles and soaring in the strange domain. Countless experts were alarmed, and when they looked up, they saw the silver-robed figure on the ancient dragon and were shocked speechless. Ancient dragon? It's Lin Chen's ancient dragon. What a terrifying pressure. This guy's ancient dragon was far from this realm back then, and his own realm. This old man sensed an extraordinary saint power fluctuation. Strange domain, Dragon Palace. This was the temporary location of the Dragon Clan. Even though both sides had built a large space passage, the Dragon Clan would still arrange a group of experts to guard this place to show their sincerity. Among them, there were many descendants of the divine dragon. Inside the Dragon Palace, the blonde princess Xingyu, who was dressed in a phoenix dress, lay weakly on the table, showing off her exquisite and slender waist. The beautiful dragon horn glowed with a faint golden light. The princess drew circles on the table with her slender fingers, cursing a certain arsonist who was in a hurry to see the empress. Thinking of his frivolous appearance, Princess Xingyu was furious. Just as she was about to scold him for the 180th time, boom, boom, the mighty dragon aura descended upon the strange domain. Princess Xingyu, who was angry a moment ago, stood up happily in the next moment. It's him. His back. When she came back to her senses, Princess Xingyu patted her cheeks with her jade-like hands and scolded disappointingly, "Seriously, it's just him coming back. Why should I be happy?" After saying that, the arrogant dragon princess rushed out of the dragon palace as fast as she could. Outside the dragon palace, everyone looked up. A huge ancient dragon with azure dragon scales and golden divine radiance appeared in the sky. When Lin Chen arrived at the dragon palace, the dragon kings were dumbfounded. Lin Chen is back. No, his ancient dragon scales have changed. And his dragon claws. Hiss. This old man can feel the pressure of a divine dragon from his dragon king. The dragon kings had sharp eyes and saw through Lin Chen's abnormality at a glance. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at the majestic scene that resembled the descent of a divine dragon, Princess Xingyu muttered to herself, "How long has it been since he left? He actually had another heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. I can't even catch up to him." Lin Chen had just returned when he saw Jiang Taishu, who came out to welcome him, and immediately said, "Taishu, how is the situation of the supreme-grade metal-type odd crystals in the heavenly sacred region?" Jiang Taishu cupped his fists and asked in a deep voice. "Reporting to my lord, the other party has vowed not to let go. No matter what price we pay, they don't plan to sell it to us." Just as Lin Chen was feeling troubled, a hearty laugh spread throughout the world. "Lin Chen, I haven't seen you for many months. I didn't expect you to grow into the strongest existence in the world. Today, in the sacred boundary, I'm afraid there are very few people who can match you. The white-haired old man held a horsetail whisk in his hand and sat on a strangely shaped white goat as he stepped on the clouds. Lin Chen was surprised. Senior Limitless? You are. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes focused on the white goat and his pupils constricted. That white goat seemed to have spirituality. It raised its head and glanced at him contemptuously before letting out a baa. It was as if it was saying to Lin Chen, "Young man, that's it. Damn it, I was despised by a goat." The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What shocked him the most was that this goat didn't seem to be a creature of the three-dimensional universe. He had felt a similar aura before. Divine world. The origin of Old Man Limitless was also related to the divine world. Chapter 1806. Throughout the sacred boundary, Lin Chen might not be invincible, but at least below the true god level, there were less than 10 people who could fight with him. But now, he was actually being looked down upon by a sheep. Should he say, as expected of the sheep of the four-dimensional universe? Lin Chen touched his chin and thought to himself, could he be the sheep that Li Bei couldn't find? He's quite something. Old Man Wuji flicked his sleeves and put away his horsetail whisk. He smiled and said, Lin Chen, the war is coming. This old man has something to discuss. Are you interested? Lin Chen retracted his gaze and said, no, I have never been a kind person. The rise and fall of the hatred between races has nothing to do with me. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Old Man Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. This old man can make the Jiang family of the heavenly sacred region sell their top-grade odd crystals to you. Lin Chen said in all seriousness, the heavens have bestowed a great responsibility on a handsome man. I will woo the empress, save the common people, and reverse the situation. Senior Wuji, I suddenly feel that I am the chosen one. Come, let's talk. Old Man Wuji said with satisfaction, I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person. Lin Chen cupped his fists and said, you flatter me, I am just a little more handsome and have picked up a little more techniques. Old Man Wuji praised, Ian Tilda, I can see that you are very aware. Lin Chen waved his hand. I don't have much awareness, but I still dare to do it. He even pretended to glare at Jiang Taishu. What are you still standing there for? Quickly treat us to tea. Jiang Taishu. It's my fault. Lin Chen and Old Man Wuji entered the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Kings held their breaths. Human race, Old Man Wuji. This person's name resounded like thunder. Even in the dragon race, he was one of the most mysterious figures in the human race. There was once a divine dragon who said that this person's threat level was no less than a true god. In fact, he might even be better than him. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Kings gathered. Qian Yingshui and the two little girls beside Wuji Old Man were also there. Qian Yingshui was like a piercingly cold snow lotus on top of an ice mountain, pure and untainted by the secular world. Her beauty stunned Luo Shuiyu and Princess Xingyu. She stood by her great-grandfather's side like a blooming snow lotus. Her autumn eyes were filled with ripples as she stared at Lin Chen with a gaze filled with awe and extraordinary splendor. In less than a year's time, Lin Chen had already grown from the level of fighting against Wu Pianju to a big shot that his great-grandfather had to personally invite over. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The everlasting old man went straight to the point. The demon race is invading. Lin Chen, your power and strength are indispensable. I ask Lin Chen to help in the battle and protect the people of this sacred boundary. Lin Chen said indifferently, some people are full of benevolence and righteousness, but their hearts are full of business. Senior, what do you want from me? I, Lin Fan, like to speak frankly. If you have a goal, then just say it. Protecting the sacred boundary was not realistic at all. Even if Lin Chen used all of his trump cards, his main body could only temporarily possess the power of a true god. His clone could not use the cultivation of the God Slayer and God Defying. In this state, it was impossible to defend against the demon race's attack. The everlasting old man was not surprised by Lin Chen's reaction. He continued. This old man, the destruction of the human race in the sacred boundary will cause the fate of the human race to be completely exhausted, which will affect this old man's life. In the end, this old man is just protecting himself. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. There was such a thing. How can the exhaustion of fate be related to you? I don't believe it. The everlasting old man glanced at Fairy Scarlet behind Lin Chen. The latter lowered her eyes, not daring to look at the everlasting old man. The everlasting old man smiled. Fine, you will know one day. There is no harm in telling you now. This old man comes from the God realm. The true gods of the three-dimensional universe can live forever. In the God realm of the four-dimensional universe, even the powerful gods can't live forever. The transcendence of dimensions causes the energy needed to withstand to be on a completely different level. In the God realm, the saints can't even completely abstain from eating. As a fortune teller, this old man can't become a god in his lifetime. My lifespan in the God realm is limited, and I am tired of the disputes in the God realm, so I fled to the lower realm. However, when the four-dimensional creatures descend to the three-dimensional universe, even if they have special means to conceal their aura, they can only exist for a period of time. Under the premise that the four-dimensional creatures want to live in the three-dimensional universe for a long time, they have to go through the tribulation of dimension reduction. This is the instinctive defense of the three-dimensional universe against the external universe. The tribulation of dimension reduction has the power to destroy the four-dimensional gods. However, if they can survive it, they can live in the lower realm for a long time. As soon as this was said, countless dragon kings and servants. They were shocked. The everlasting old man in front of them was actually from a higher dimension, the God realm. Jiang Taishu said in astonishment, no wonder no one can find out the origin of this old senior. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, he speaks of the many disasters of the human race. So he came from the God realm. Lin Chen was not surprised. He calmly looked at the everlasting old man. The old man continued, however, the four-dimensional creatures that survive the tribulation of dimension reduction will be bound to the fate of their own race. If the race of the lower realm completely declines, they will be infected with the impure air of dimension reduction. Gradually, their cultivation will be eroded, and their lives will be eroded. The everlasting old man didn't make a move when the Genesis era was tyrannical and purging the mortals. It could be seen that he didn't care about the death of all living beings. This was because the Genesis era's target was the mortals, not the entire human race. Now, the demon race's target was the entire human race. There was also a demon race eyeing covetously. There weren't so many great and righteous deeds in the world. Most of the great deeds that were praised in the future only originated from individuals. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't doubt this reason. Lin Chen said, if this is your reason, then I can tell you with certainty that it's not realistic. Lin Chen stood up. I, Lin Chen, don't know anything else, but I know how to attack. But you want me to defend. Without the combat power of many true gods, I can't protect all living beings in multiple directions. The everlasting old man stroked his beard and smiled. You can't do it, but with your relationship, it's possible, isn't it? With that said, he stared at the Dragon Kings. Lin Chen understood and said in shock, you want me to rope in the dragon race and fight against the demon race? The everlasting old man smiled and didn't say anything. He reached out and took a sip of the hot tea. This tea is really good, it's as fragrant as that supreme-grade metal-type odd crystal. Lin Chen, taste it carefully, taste it carefully. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Taste my ass. Right now, he just wanted to jump up and give this old fart a hell's block. Damn, the everlasting old man had already planned and was waiting for him. Lin Chen. This old man must have collected a lot of information about him. If there was anyone who could get the dragon race to help, it would be Lin Chen. Lin Chen pretended to sneer. Everlasting old man, aren't you afraid that I, Lin Chen, won't agree to your conditions and snatch it by force? The two cute little girls, one red and one white, giggled beside the old man. Big sister, he said he wants to snatch the thing controlled by great-grandpa. The rain has stopped, God is gone. He thinks he can do it again. The everlasting old man flicked his horsetail whisk and pointed to the white goat lying outside the dragon palace, lazily basking in the sun. He smiled and said, little friend, look at the bell on its neck. If you can snatch it within 2 hours, it's yours. I won't mention it. But if you can't, you have to agree to my request. How about it? Lin Chen looked over and his eyes lit up. The long-horned white goat had a golden bell on its neck. There was a dazzling golden jade inlaid in front of the bell. It was sharp and unbreakable, as though it was filled with the power of metal, a supreme-grade metal-type odd crystal. Lin Chen licked his lips and smiled playfully. If you snatch it, you'll give it to me. For real. The everlasting old man laughed. More real than real gold. Rumble tilde. There was a sonic boom as a slow rune was released. Lin Chen went straight for the long-horned white goat. Great. I'll eat a whole roasted goat tonight. Chapter 1807. When the slowdown talisman exploded, space froze, and the flow of energy became especially slow. The long-horned white goat was surprised at first. Then, Lin Chen's palm appeared above its head, and he slammed it down. The Dragon Kings did not even need to look, and they all laughed. With Lin Chen's current strength, it was likely that only some of the true old monsters could fight with him. Not to mention a sheep, even if there were 1,000 saint beasts, Lin Chen could still grab a bunch of them from the great wilderness. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen had slapped the goat to death, to everyone's surprise, Lin Chen flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing outside the dragon palace. The servants and descendants of the divine dragon could not help but stare with their mouths agape. Disbelief was written all over their faces. What's going on? Even if this goat had some kind of ultimate skill, at most it would not be caught by Lin Chen in the first move. It would be difficult to send him flying with a kick. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen fell outside the dragon palace. Even he himself could not believe it. Am I King stupid? Lin Chen was stunned. I can't even catch a goat. Whoosh. The sound of wind breaking could be heard. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying again. His entire waist was severely injured, and he spun out. My kidney. Bang! 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 A series of strong winds tore through space, reverberating like lightning, attacking Lin Chen at the speed of 1,000 strikes in an instant. In just a dozen breaths, Lin Chen had suffered tens of thousands of attacks and frenzied attack. The ferocious force penetrated his body, causing his blood to boil. A faint golden light circulated, and Lin Chen's sacred power condensed into a golden jade robe, covering his entire body. Seeing this, the servants could not help but gasp. Their lord was forced to use a defensive skill. Where's that goat? Speaking of which, it disappeared from the beginning. I can always smell a trace of its scent, but I can't sense its exact location. The Dragon Kings walked out of the Dragon Palace and looked at Lin Chen, who was struggling to fend off the attacks. Their faces were filled with horror. Jiang Taishu moved his fingers in an attempt to deduce the location of the long-horned white goat for his lord, but there was no sign of it. Everyone could vaguely feel that it was there, but they couldn't sense its exact location. Even Lin Chen was the same. His primordial divinity spread out and covered more than half of the wondrous realm. No matter how he probed, he couldn't find the sheep. Baa. Baa baa baa. The void trembled, and there was a burst of complacent bleating, as if it was mocking Lin Chen. Lin Chen's lips twitched. He was so angry that he actually laughed. Fuck you, I'll let you be arrogant. It doesn't matter if you can't see it. Brother Chen, if I say I'll do it, then I'll definitely do it. Boom tilde. The primordial divinity flames burned the sky and earth. All the experts felt as if their spiritual power was about to be burned. Only the primordial divinity could sense the unique high temperature. It was like a sea of fire, spreading thousands of miles around the Dragon Palace. The red sea of primordial divinity flames gathered above Lin Chen's head like a whirlpool, intertwining and dancing. Finally, it condensed into 8 primordial divinity burning dragons. An extreme heavenly prison was formed, separating Lin Chen's battle area. With his current cultivation, if he used a cultivation technique seriously, its power could really destroy the world. It's okay if you can't see. I just need to use a full-range attack to blast you out. I originally wanted to show mercy to you. You dared to kick my kidney. If I don't kill you, I, Lin Chen, won't believe it. Lin Chen formed a hand seal. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon's roar shook the world, and the sonic boom was earth-shattering, annihilating everything. The void kept exploding, and the southwest of the wondrous realm kept shaking violently. Although Lin Chen used the Dragon King's divine ability to isolate his power, the terrifying dragon's roar alone was enough to frighten many expert. Bang! A powerful kick landed on Lin Chen's chest, shattering his golden jade armor defense. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. With a whoosh, he was sent flying again like a meteor falling from the sky. The old man in the Dragon Palace shook his head and laughed. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. He took a sip of tea and drank by himself, smiling meaningfully. If you survive this war between the races, you'll go to the God Realm sooner or later, right? Now, just treat it as a warm-up before you enter the Divine Realm. Feel the difference between a 4-dimensional and a 3-dimensional life form, kid. Lin Chen rose into the air, ignoring his sorry state, and prepared for battle. Again, Lin Chen didn't believe in heresy. After a while, boom, the Dragon Palace shook, and the Earth's crust was lifted, creating a shocking crater. This was the 90th time Lin Chen was beaten to the ground. Lin Chen didn't have too many injuries, but his eyes were filled with anger, as if he was a man who had been cuckolded and was going crazy. 2F** King angry. When did my brother Chen suffer such grievances? It doesn't matter if he loses. But the problem is that the other party can't beat him, and he can't catch the other party. He can only take the beating passively. What is this? Thinking of the arrogant and disdainful look of that stinky goat, Lin Chen was so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't wait to charge into the world with a grill, a spoon of cumin, and a bottle of snow. The old man put down his teacup. The appointed time was almost up. This was originally a competition without any suspense. The decisive factor wasn't the gap in strength, but the distance in dimensions. At this moment, Xiao Ling-er's beautiful eyes trembled. As someone who controlled space and understood the mysteries of space and time, she was the first to realize what was wrong. This wasn't some kind of concealment technique or divine ability, nor was it hiding in the cracks of space and time, nor was it hiding in the cracks of space. It was just that this white goat was 1 dimension higher than Lin Chen. Xiao Ling-er's beautiful voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. My lord, don't try to sense or catch him. Try retreating in order to advance. Try using a defensive posture to rebound an attack. Xiao Ling-er's figure enlightened Lin Chen. He immediately stood still like a mountain. All his saint acupoints shone slightly, and his saint power surged. He even closed his eyes and didn't look. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind that could easily penetrate a Saint King's defense suddenly bombarded Lin Chen's dantian. Bang! When it hit Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and the light of his saint acupoints suddenly surged, and a loud sound shook the world. Baa! The white goat's scream suddenly sounded, but he still couldn't sense where it came from. Oh! The old man was slightly surprised. This young man was always able to surprise him. Lin Chen opened his eyes and revealed a smile. So that's how it is, I've finally figured it out. Clap 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 tilde tilde. There was a round of applause, and the old man personally walked over with a smile. Your comprehension speed is very fast. However, once the time limit is up, you've already used up 2 hours, but you still haven't caught the odd crystal on its bell. According to the agreement, you need to find the dragon race's support before I can let the Jiang family sell you the odd crystal. The infinity old man said with a smile. Lin Chen said helplessly, if you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. You win this time. The old man was very impressed. You seem to understand where the gap is. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It's because of the 4th dimension. It's a 4-dimensional creature, and I'm a 3-dimensional creature. I can't observe it. 4-dimensional creatures had 1 more dimension than 3-dimensional creatures. Using 2-dimensional creatures as an example, 2-dimensional creatures could only achieve front and back and left and right. 3-dimensional creatures could achieve front and back, left and right, and up and down. If an extremely strong 2-dimensional creature attacked Lin Chen, as a 3-dimensional creature, Lin Chen only needed to hide in the up and down to attack. No matter how strong a 2-dimensional creature was, It couldn't hurt him who was one-dimensional. Similarly, no matter how strong a three-dimensional creature was, it couldn't hurt a four-dimensional creature in theory. This was the distance between dimensions. The old man looked at Lin Chen with admiration. That's right, in addition to the first three dimensions, the fourth dimension has one more dimension, and that is, bend and curve. Chapter 1808. The long-horned white goat's figure appeared in the void and finally revealed its true form. It staggered as its hooves were broken and bloodstains could be seen. It no longer looked at Lin Chen with arrogance and disdain, but with fear instead. It was obvious that this three-dimensional life form that it looked down on had the ability to harm it. But if it wanted to escape, Lin Chen still wouldn't be able to stop it. With the speed of a four-dimensional life form, Lin Chen wouldn't know where to go unless he had a higher rank. This wasn't the four-dimensional universe, and four-dimensional life forms could still enter the fourth-dimensional space, but there would be a time limit. Stopping for a long time would deplete the life force of the body. In fact, Lin Chen didn't really have the ability to harm four-dimensional life forms. He only used the simplest sacred power to reflect the opponent. When a four-dimensional life form touched him, its physical body would still exist. Even if it existed in the fourth dimension, the prerequisite was that the opponent had to attack him. And this basic move was fine against life forms that were a few ranks lower, but against four-dimensional life forms of the same rank, Lin Chen could only take a beating. Lin Chen looked at Old Man Wuji. Senior, as promised, I will negotiate with the dragon race. If I succeed, please sell me the supreme-grade metal-type odd crystal. This item is very important to my growth. Old Man Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. I naturally trust Lin Chen's character. He's from the Jiang family. The negotiation was completed. After clearing the ruins of the battle outside, everyone returned to the Dragon Palace. Lin Chen cupped his fists at the Dragon Kings and said, Everyone from the dragon race, you already know what happened. This time, I will not bargain with you and will give you the highest price. As long as the dragon race is willing to lend a hand and form an alliance with the human race, I can increase the bloodline of all the dragon race members above the dragon sovereign realm by 2 grades. It will be 1 grade higher than the bloodline of the divine dragon descendants. Hiss. The mouths of the dragon kings guarding the mysterious domain trembled violently. This price was enough to stun the dragon kings the moment he made his move. However, it was as if Lin Chen wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. Dragon kings, please pass on my message to the divine dragons of the dragon world. If they can help the humans tide over this crisis, the humans and dragons will be the final winners. I can even provide a bloodline upgrade for the divine dragons. The bloodline of the divine dragon could also be improved. This time, all the dragon kings were greatly frightened. An old dragon king said while trembling, Lin Chen, is this true? It was fine for dragon kings like them to improve their bloodline. At most, it would only increase the possibility of the dragon race's future. However, divine dragons could also enhance their bloodline. The concept was on a completely different level. The divine dragons of the dragon clan were the last divine dragons who had survived many great battles. They were the pillars of the dragon realm. Most of their potential had already been developed to the extreme. If they could get another boost, it would mean that they could break through to a whole new realm. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. I can take full responsibility for my words, but I hope that you can convey my meaning accurately. My ability can only be used by myself. Moreover, it's not easy to enhance the bloodline potential of a divine dragon. It has to do with my own cultivation. Only by winning this battle can I have the possibility of helping the divine dragons enhance their bloodline. If the divine dragons covet my ability to enhance their bloodline, I, Lin Chen, will fight to the death with the dragon race, let alone allies. As an advance payment, I can enhance the bloodline of the venerable dragons in the dragon race first. Lin Chen's drawing of a pie and wooden club shocked the dragon race quite a bit. However, the temptation was still very strong. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The dragon kings communicated with each other through voice transmissions. There was an unprecedented heated discussion. In fact, Lin Chen was not lying. His attribute transfer function could be used on divine dragons, but it required an astronomical amount of attribute point. Even though he had accumulated a lot of attribute points now, it might not be enough to enhance the bloodline of the divine dragons. The only source could only be this final battle at the sacred boundary of the human race. Lin Chen, the old dragon king, spoke with unconcealable excitement on his face. We have unanimously decided to support your suggestion. However, the real decision still depends on the divine dragons. I will bring back your original words as soon as possible. Lin Chen cupped his fists and smiled. Thank you for your trouble. You won't lose out if you work with me, Lin Chen. Of course. The Dragon Kings were very tactful. After a unanimous decision, they immediately set off and returned to the dragon world. Zi Qianqiu and Xiao Ling followed them. They opened up the space tunnel and array formation, so they had to seize every second. As for the Wuji old man, he rode on the long-horned white goat and left with his great-granddaughters. Before leaving, he left Lin Chen with a spatial jade slip. If he reached an agreement with the dragon race, he could summon him at any time. Lin Chen stepped into the dragon palace. The noble and graceful beautiful figure looked at him with slight anger. Lin Chen whistled playfully. Princess Xingyue, you're so free. Aren't you going back to the dragon race? Let me say this first. I don't care about idle people, including idle dragons. If you stay here, you have to work hard. Princess Xingyue glared at him and snorted coldly. When I worked hard, you were still nowhere to be found. Compared to some people who don't even know how to say thank you, the difference is like heaven and earth. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. Don't worry. I will definitely repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Princess Xingyue stroked the hair by her ear and smiled. Repay with a gushing spring? Let's see how you're going to repay it. Lin Chen said seriously, come to my room tonight. I will repay you with a gushing spring. My advantages have always been huge and my skills are excellent. When it comes to repaying kindness, it's called perseverance day after day. Princess Xingyue? When Luo Shuiyu heard this, her cheeks turned red. She covered her blushing face and spat. At this moment, a handsome figure walked over from behind Princess Xingyue and entered Lin Chen's eyes. Ninth on the Saint Talent list, Li Ziki. Li Ziki bowed slightly to Lin Chen and said respectfully, Your Excellency Lin Chen, we haven't had the chance to meet since we parted last time. I am Li Ziki, ninth on the Saint Talent list. After the Battle of Genesis, I, Li Ziki, have witnessed your magnanimity. I am willing to follow you loyally. I have always felt that Your Excellency Lin Chen is a righteous role model for our human race. Li Ziki cultivated in seclusion all year round and rarely came out. He didn't even know much about the world, but he firmly believed in the righteous path and righteousness in his heart. After witnessing the battle and struggle between Lin Chen and Genesis, he felt that the great Tao was not lonely. There were still righteous people like Lin Chen in the world. Seeing Li Ziki's pure and sincere eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. What an honest child. Immediately, Lin Chen laughed mischievously. It won't be too late to praise me after you see what I do next. Li Ziki was stunned. What did he do next? Princess Xingyue raised her eyebrows and her beautiful eyes rippled. Every time he smiled like this, nothing good would happen. What was this guy trying to do now? Chapter 1809. Within the Dragon Palace, Lin Chen looked around. Most of the servants were present today, as well as the hidden experts and elders of the Divine Flame Palace who followed the servants. Lin Chen spoke frankly to everyone. The outcome of this war is completely unknown. Even with the help of the Dragon Clan, our chances of victory are only a small success. Once we fail, the human race of the sacred boundary will cease to exist. This war is different from the past. Whoever wants to leave the guardian families and leave the sacred boundary, I, Lin Chen, will not say a word. You can leave as you wish. None of the experts left. Lin Chen's lips curled up. Very good. I like the look in your eyes. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. The two of them now had white hair and looked like elders in their 60s. However, they were in high spirits and full of glory. Fang Ling smiled. My lord, Do you want us to become stronger again? Lang Fanyun said, My lord, just tell us what you want us to do. We will do our best to complete it, regardless of the cost. Long Joshan, who was in the first row, grinned. Even if we have to become enemies with the whole world. Lin Chen clapped his hands and praised, Joshan, you are so smart. How did you think of what I want to do? Everyone was stunned. Lin Chen laughed heartily, overflowing with arrogance. Next, I have an important mission for all of you. Turn the saints' world upside down for me. 36 domains, don't let any of them go. All the aristocratic families, sects, and forces, go and rob them of everything. Lin Chen's words caused Li Ziki, who had previously admired Lin Chen to the point of prostrating himself in admiration, to tremble violently. His pure and sincere eyes were filled with disbelief at this moment. Li Ziki said in shock, Sir Lin Chen, the strength of the human race is limited now. Every force is an important force in this war. Lin Chen ignored Li Ziki and continued. You can rob any force. Remember, you must take the most important items and cultivation resources. You can hurt people, but you can't take their lives. Of course, you can do whatever you want in areas like Blood Realm and War Realm where desperados gather. In short, I want you to remember that you must act under my name, Lin Chen. Wherever you go, wherever you rob, you must leave behind my name, Lin Chen. We need to cover the entire sacred boundary as quickly as possible. This is the most important step before the war. Gather all the loot back here for me to use. As for those hidden rank 9 sects, leave them to my doppelganger. After Lin Chen finished his instructions, all the servants knelt on one knee, and the hidden experts cupped their fists respectfully. Yes. What terrifying cohesion. No one understood what Lin Chen was trying to do. However, no one doubted Lin Chen's actions. Strong as the divine flame palace, they were even willing to pay the price. Now, under Lin Chen's command, there were thousands of experts with first transformation saint cultivation and above. The number of heaven-opening realm experts that he could mobilize was more than 10,000. With their strength, they could quickly sweep through all the rank 6 to rank 9 forces in the sacred boundary. Luo Shuiyu and Princess Xingyu's eyes trembled. What was Lin Chen trying to do? Li Ziki was completely dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? If this was really going to happen, why did he insist on making a deal with the Jiang family instead of robbing them? Then why did he want to rob them now? Could it be that I misjudged him? Did he defeat the founding Century Alliance just to establish a better hegemony? Was he submissive to the outside world while attacking his own forces? Li Ziki stood in front of Lin Chen angrily. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lin Chen said indifferently, I don't need to explain to you. If you continue to force me, I will even deal with you and the force behind you. Li Ziki said in a deep voice, if that's the case, I can only be your enemy. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Interesting. Instead of using you as a mayfly to shake a tree, why don't you use your eyes to witness it to the end? Li Ziki was startled. Witness it to the end? The news of the demon-human race's attack spread to every corner of the 36 domains. Rank 9 spread to rank 8, rank 8 spread to rank 7, rank 6 forces, and so on. The current sacred boundary's human race was in a mess. Some sages were prepared to take their families and escape the sacred boundary. Some reclusive sages came out of seclusion, planning to defend to the end and fight to the death. Some took advantage of the chaos, adding to the chaos, and took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Some analyzed fiercely like a tiger, threatening to say that the Wuji heavenly palace was lying. Some did everything as usual and did not take it seriously. It was not that the human race would unite in times of crisis. On the contrary, the human race, who had been filled with countless desires, would not stop until they died. However, when the sacred boundary was in chaos, what was about to happen next would cause an unprecedented earthquake for the human race in the sacred boundary. Demon-human race, Hell Galaxy. The remains of the demon god king were completely destroyed by the 4 great revered elders. And the Empress did not pursue this matter. Instead, she acquiesced to the 4 great revered elders' reporting. Blood continent, inside the demonic palace. Since there are no objections, There is one last step left in the preparations. I have decided that in 10 days, we will begin to march and attack the human race. The demon-human kings under the 4 great revered elders will lead their armies and attack according to the instructions. The first goal is to take the lead in entering the firmament starfield, take down the firmament battlefield, and take the human race's sage king domain. When the Empress's cold voice spread throughout the blood continent, the entire demon-human race shouted excitedly, "Long live the Empress! We are finally going to attack the human race. Pull the human race's sage king down from that fake throne. The human race's sacred boundary is prepared for our demon-human race." Within the demon-human race's army, a terrifying wave of voices erupted. The 4 great revered elders and the Empress's army were all coordinated. The demon-human race had completely declared war on the human race. 10,000 years of history, 10,000 years of hatred. The sins and reincarnation of the human race's gods, and the forbearance and madness of the demon-human race. All of the hatred and entanglements would completely erupt here. The Empress, dressed in a large black robe, stood alone on a lonely peak in the blood continent. The cold wind was like a knife, whistling on her thin back. No matter what kind of relationship you and I had, after this battle, there will be no more human race in this world. He mumbled to himself like he was in a dream, drifting in the cold wind. 5 days later, in the Dragon World. The Divine Dragon Conference, at the peak of Dragon Mountain. The Divine Dragon's dragon aura was like a gift from the gods that could not be extinguished for 10,000 years. The Divine Dragon's heavenly might that suppressed the ancient times filled every inch of space and time. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Divine Dragon Mountain, no one below the revered dragon's cultivation could get close to half a step. This was a domain that only the great divine dragons of the dragon world could enter, a miracle that only belonged to the divine dragons. Today, all the dragon kings of the primordial dragon clan had gathered at Dragon Mountain. The dragon kings who had previously opposed Lin Chen and supported Lin Chen sat on the peak of the mountain. After reporting the situation, they did not even dare to breathe loudly as they waited for the few figures on the peak of the mountain. Countless dragon clan talismans wandered and disappeared. The few imposing figures on the peak of the mountain were like living legends of the dragon world, immortal and indestructible. As long as they still existed, the dragon clan could exist forever. They were the last legends and history of the dragon clan to date, the 5 great divine dragons. The 5 great divine dragons of the dragon clan that still existed were all present. And the reason why the 5 great divine dragons were all present was because of a condition proposed by a human. Chapter 1810. On top of the Divine Dragon Summit, the divine dragons were in a heated discussion. A cold-looking young man in a dragon robe with a dragon horn on his head said coldly, "Humans are always disloyal. If you join forces with them, you'll only be used as a tool. Why don't we just let the humans fight to the death with the demon humans and demons while we reap what we sow?" The primordial azure dragon. This was the humanoid form of a divine dragon. Even though he did not show his true form, he still exuded the might of a divine dragon. When a divine dragon was angry, the sky would change. The primordial azure dragon's anger even caused an energy storm outside the dragon realm. A beautiful woman in a blue palace dress gently rolled up her sleeves. Her actions were elegant and dignified as she said calmly, "Azure dragon, don't tell me you're using such a lowly method to reject him just because your clone failed to take him down." This beautiful woman was the extreme hell water divine dragon. The primordial azure dragon's divine blood clone had once fought with Lin Chen. At that time, he was caught off guard and injured by Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star. Just as he was about to suppress Lin Chen, the extreme hell water divine dragon's clone interrupted him. He, who had failed to take down Lin Chen, was furious at that time, causing the mystical dragon to lose face. The oldest and most experienced golden-robed man said calmly, "Things are far from that simple. The 4 great demon clans are no longer what they used to be. They have more than one trump card hidden within their clans. I'm afraid that the 4 great demon clans still have trump cards up their sleeves. Moreover, in the Great War of the 9 clans 1,000 years ago, it seemed that the various clans were tied, but in fact, the demon clan was the biggest winner. A new demon emperor was born in one of the demon tribes. The one who spoke was Imperial Divine Dragon. The Imperial Golden Dragon tribe was extremely biased against humans, but Imperial Divine Dragon had a different opinion about them. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the Divine Dragons changed slightly. A new demon emperor was born, a tribe with 2 demon emperors. Every one of them was on par with the Divine Dragons. Imperial Divine Dragon lowered his head and looked at the elegant white-robed man with a pair of snow-white dragon horns on his head and a cold red-robed man on the mountainside. Even our dragon realm was unable to create another divine dragon after the Great War of the 9 tribes. The 2 strongest juniors are only at the half-step divine dragon realm. Royal God Dragon said, "Right now, the biggest variable is the number of demon emperors in the demon race. I'm afraid there are more than 4 of them. Conservatively speaking, just the top-level combat power of the demon race alone is comparable to ours." As soon as he said that, the other 4 divine dragons fell silent. Royal God Dragon continued, "If Lin Chen can really improve our bloodline, then there's no harm in helping the human race. Most importantly, if his bloodline can improve the bloodline of 2 of our race's most promising juniors, it might be an opportunity for them to break through to the next realm. Secondly, if we help the humans emerge victorious from this crisis, the threat they pose to us will be the least among all the other races when the humans lose the gods' protection. In a war like this, it's impossible for the human race to hold back too much. If we can help them survive, not only will we be able to gain benefits for the Dragon Clan, but we will also gain an ally that is not too much of a threat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." After pondering for a while, the beautiful woman in the crimson dress, who was transformed from the All Flames Divine Dragon, said hesitantly, "But won't our Dragon Clan become the target of public criticism?" Royal God Dragon smiled faintly, "It'll happen sooner or later. Why don't we let it happen sooner and more quickly? No matter if the demon race wins or the demon race wins, the Dragon Clan will be the next human race if we stand by and do nothing. If we'll be targeted sooner or later, we might as well break through now." The woman in the crimson dress said worriedly, "But what about the demon empress? Her existence is always the most troublesome. Just from the battle in the Holy Penitentiary, she has the combat power to fight against many gods. To face her, we'll need at least 3 or more godly realm expert." The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled, "Regarding this matter, let's leave it to the human race's Lin Chen. According to the information brought back by the Dragon Kings, this little guy even made a trip to the demon race and returned unscathed. This proves that his relationship with the Empress of the demon race is not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned." The green-robed elder took a big gulp and said in amazement, "Looks like the final answer is still the same." The divine dragons looked at each other and made up their mind. "It's decided." On Divine Dragon Mountain, the Dragon Kings who were waiting bitterly were suffering. Most of the Dragon Kings still stood on Lin Chen's side after considering many factors. Seeing the Dragon Elders and Dragon Kings whose bloodlines had been upgraded, they immediately put aside their prejudices and stood on the same side. Those dragon clans who once hated the human race and resisted such battles and alliances wanted to scold them loudly, but Lin Chen had given them too much. Therefore, at the level of the Dragon Kings, all the Dragon Kings stood on the same side regardless of past grudges. But the final decision still had to be made by the Divine Dragons. Finally, after the Divine Dragons' discussion, the 5 figures on the mountain peak moved. A dazzling golden light shone down from the 9 heavens. Stepping on the divine light, Imperial God Dragon slowly walked down the golden path and said loudly, "After discussion, we have unanimously decided to go to the human race's aid. Listen up, Dragon Kings. Coordinate the combat power of all clans. All dragon clans below the primordial dragon clan who are participating in this battle will depart from the dragon world at the fastest speed, go around the firmament starfield, and reach the human race's sacred boundary. Within the primordial dragon clan, those with strength of 1,000 saint dragon bloodlines will be in charge of commanding the clans. Give your orders immediately, no mistakes. 1,000 saint dragon bloodlines meant 1,000 supremacies. The dragon clans participating in this battle were at least comparable to a 9th-level sage, the middle stage of the heaven-opening realm. Finally, Imperial God Dragon let out a roar. Here are the original words of the divine dragons. No matter what grudges each clan has against the human race, focus on the enemy this time. Those who have second thoughts will be punished according to the clan's rules. The divine dragon's words changed the world. The entire dragon world was in an uproar. The storm of the final battle had begun to brew. This time, it would be after the Great War of the 9 clans. The human race, Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, and Demon Clan. The largest war. Sacred Boundary, Flame Domain. Today, the Flame Domain's ancient family, the Fire God Clan, a hidden rank 9 force, suffered a disaster. Qin Clan Mansion. Lin Chen. The Qin clan has always been neutral and has never offended you. King robbed the Qin clan? The Qin clan master's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were spitting fire. His dark green saint energy swept through the clouds, roaring like a mad dragon. Inside the Cloud Mountain mansion, the silver-robed figure stood on the clan master's seat, playing with the Providence plant pouch in his hand, and laughed mockingly. The Qin clan has quite a lot of treasures. I, Lin Chen, will take them all. Countless Qin clan experts were furious, and they wanted to surround Lin Chen and fight to the death. Take you, my foot. Little brat, you don't know your place. The void broke open, and a giant hand of Saint Light that could shatter the void came crashing down on Lin Chen. Patriarch. Everyone in the Qin clan shouted excitedly, and new hope burst forth in their anger. The Qin clan's patriarch was an ultimate saint that surpassed the category of saint ruler. Since ancient times, 1 in 100 saint kings had entered the legendary reincarnation realm. He was one of the 2 strongest experts in the Qin clan other than the fire god Qin Wanyan. With him taking action, they would definitely be able to suppress Lin Chen. Bang! There was a loud bang, and time and space trembled. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen casually grabbed the air with his 5 fingers and stopped the Qin clan's patriarch's palm. Everyone in the Qin clan's eyes almost fell to the ground. The Qin clan's patriarch's strongest attack was stopped by one hand. Just how strong was this Lin Chen? Chapter 1811. What? The Qin family's patriarch stopped in the sky above the Cloud Mountain mansion, his old eyes filled with disbelief. His reincarnation sacred realm attack was stopped single-handedly by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Lin Chen raised his head and smirked. Old man, if you have this strength, why don't you go and fight the demon race? Why make things difficult for an honest child like me? The Qin family's patriarch cursed. Little bastard, don't you have any shame? Lin Chen shrugged. What are you angry for? Can't you afford to play? Look at how much of a loss I suffered. The Qin family's patriarch was so angry that he almost vomited blood. King honest child. Looting the Qin family's many treasuries, is there such an honest person in this world? And he suffered a loss. The Qin family's patriarch couldn't help but raise his saber and want to kill him. Lin Chen said seriously, that's right, your Qin family's secret realm still has the quasi-divine artifact and fire god formation left behind by fire god Qin Wanyan. I didn't touch a single hair on it, I suffered a huge loss, okay? Listen, is this what a human is saying? It was like he robbed someone of 500 million, but the other party still had 500 million that he didn't touch, so he suffered a loss. Logic genius. The sacred boundary picked up a ghost. This is 2F** King Bully. Just as the Qin family's patriarch activated his movement technique to stop Lin Chen, intending to fight to the death. A jade-green spatial light flashed. Lin Chen disappeared, leaving the Qin family's experts dumbfounded on the spot. The culprit who looted the Qin family's mansion ran away just like that. Snowflakes fluttered, and the northern wind blew. Lin Chen, my Qin family and you are irreconcilable. Enemies forever. The soaring killing intent was filled with bone-deep hatred and hostility, shaking the entire Yang domain. Similar scenes to the Yang domain's Qin family were still playing out. In the name of Lin Chen, he launched a terrorist operation on various parts of the sacred boundary. At the same time, in the Sage Monarch region. After the Wuji Heavenly Palace held a meeting, the various top forces of the sacred boundary sent representatives to gather in the Sage Monarch region. This time, the representatives decided to meet at the Sage Monarch domain's Celestial Mountain. In the past, the ceremony to create the Saint Talent ranking also started from this ultimate sky mountain. The divine mountain shot straight into the 9 heavens, so high that its peak could not be seen. A group of supreme experts appeared on Ultimate Sky Mountain. Among the masters here today, the weakest was at the Saint King realm. They were all legendary figures of their respective domains. Every Saint King's experience was a legend in the mortal world. Besides this, even the sacred realm of reincarnation that was extremely difficult to find in the past had appeared within Absolute Mountain. The spatial passageway to the Flame Domain has been successfully opened. The same goes for the Yellow region. The spatial passageway between the Green Domain and the Sage Monarch Domain is now connected to the Green Domain. There are 25 8th-ranked sects and 4 9th-ranked organizations participating in the war. When the representatives of the various domains reported the number of experts in the 36 domains, it was shocking. This was the foundation of humanity's sacred boundary, not to mention the experts who had yet to arrive. The number of Saint Kings that arrived at Ultimate Sky Mountain today actually exceeded 500. 500 Saint Kings gathered on Mount Tianshan. This time, they chose to open up spatial passageways in different realms and fight together. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe stood up from his seat. The group of Sacred Realm of Reincarnation beside him was slightly surprised. This man was rarely going to express his stance. The eyes of the man in the dragon robe were like 2 suns, faintly exuding a domineering aura. With a glance, he suppressed the crowd, causing the Saint Kings to look at him in awe. This was a peerless master, a legend that ruled the Sage Monarch Domain, Long Tianqi. He was one of the sages that participated in the creation of the sacred boundary. He had fought and killed countless masters in his life, even the once strongest Ashura tribe master. Although he had yet to become a god, he had reached the peak of the sacred boundary as a quasi-god. In the past, he supervised the firmament star domain and rarely came out. He did not interfere with the worldly affairs of the sacred boundary. Long Tianqi's face was solemn. In this war, the current quasi-gods of our human race will all come out. As the Wuji elder said, we need to wait for the right time. The most important thing is the internal problems of the upper echelons. Once we participate in the war, no one can retreat. His gaze swept across with a dignified aura, as if he was warning them. The Saint Kings nodded in awe. A Saint King said, "Your Excellency Long Tianqi, you said that all the quasi-gods of our race will come out. Does this mean that the 2 on the talent saint list will also return?" As soon as this was said, many Saint Kings focused their attention on the peak of heaven-exceeding mountain. On the peak of the mountain, holy mist was entwined, and spiritual light was faintly discernible. Vaguely, there was a throne made of 10 great jade stones, releasing a brilliant holy aura, standing between heaven and earth. That was the highest peak of the sacred boundary. The 10 great thrones were specially created for 10 people. Only the top 10 Saint Kings on the talent saint list were qualified to sit on them. As long as one sat on that throne, they would be the peerless pride that led an era. The pillars of the human race's history. Now, there were only 4 people left on the talent saint list. The top 3 were rarely seen, and there was rarely any news about them. Long Tianqi nodded and said, "That's right. The top 3 saint talents will all come." As soon as this was said, the Saint King's expressions softened slightly. A Saint King suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, there seems to be someone up there." All the Saint Kings looked up and saw that there was actually a figure strolling in the sea of clouds at the peak of Heaven End Mountain, an elegant young man in a snow-white robe with a jade belt around his waist, shining brightly. He walked on the sea of clouds and walked step by step to the 10 supreme thrones. In the end, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he actually sat on the highest throne at the peak of the mountain with ease. The first on the talent saint list had returned? No. That wasn't the first on the talent saint list. He was too young. Long Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't pay attention seriously, someone could actually pass through the barrier and sneak in under his nose. This person's strength was extraordinary. I remember now. This guy is Lin Chen. A Saint King was shocked and lost his voice. His words stirred up 1,000 waves. Lin Chen? Could it be that the monster who killed the founding Century Alliance and destroyed 6 of the top 10 on the talent saint list? The Saint Kings stood up and stared at the peak of the mountain. Lin Chen sat on the first throne, and the scenery of the sage monarch domain entered his eyes. Fate was like a rainbow, and purple chi came from the east. Lin Chen smiled casually. The first position on the talent saint list isn't that good after all. 5 reincarnation saints floated in the air, glaring at him with murderous intent. They shouted coldly. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? You killed 6 of the human race's peerless saint talents. Do you still want to tarnish the honor of the talent saint list? These reincarnation saints had a lot to do with the saint talents that had been killed. Lin Chen shrugged and said mockingly, "Don't be so angry. Your family has been robbed." The 5 reincarnation sage realm experts who stood out to express their stance were stunned. Almost as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, an urgent message from their family or sect was transmitted to them. When the second patriarch of the Qin family in the Flame Domain received the message from his family, he was instantly furious. "Lin Chen, I'll kill you. How dare you touch the Shadow Divine Pavilion? Lin Chen, you're courting death." When the 5 reincarnation saints were enraged, Long Tianqi observed their expressions, waiting to see what would happen. Before the 5 of them could make a move, a young and deep voice reverberated in the sky. "Everyone, let me deal with this guy." The 5 reincarnation saints were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Could it be that Lord? It's Wudi. Wudi is back. Lin Chen is finished. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The first on the talent saint list. Finally, someone who can fight. Chapter 1812. All the Saint Kings looked at the other side of the clouds. The figure strolling in the clouds slowly walked down. His figure was tall, and he stepped on a golden sun. He was like a rising sun god, burning the world. His aura was vigorous, and his eyes were red. He was wearing golden armor, and his entire body was filled with extreme pressure. The man in golden armor lowered his head and looked over. The Saint Kings were frightened. Number 1 on the Saint Talent list, Qin Wudi, the current top of the Saint Talent list. The tyrant who ruled over the 36 domains of the sacred boundary. When everyone saw him, there were only 2 words. Invincible. He was born invincible. This was the case in the world. There were rumors that he had entered the reincarnation saint realm or even higher. This person was the number 1 legend of the sacred boundary. He was born in the fire god family since he was young, but in the beginning, he was an extremely rare trash. He was also the son of a concubine and was not liked. However, he obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter and went against the heavens. He fought all the way until he was invincible among his peers. He ruled the Saint Talent list with an invincible attitude. This caused the number 1 throne of the Saint Talent list, which had been empty for tens of thousands of years, to welcome its first owner. Qin Wudi looked straight at Lin Chen and smiled. "Lin Chen, I've heard a lot about you. This number 1 throne, is it comfortable to sit on?" Lin Chen slowly stood up from the number 1 throne and smiled cynically. "It's not comfortable. The scenery that the number 1 can see is just like that. I'm also number 1, I understand." Qin Wudi revealed a smile for the first time. "Oh, which number 1 are you?" Lin Chen straightened his chest and said matter-of-factly, "The number 1 handsome man in the sacred boundary, I deserve the title." "All the Saint Kings, what a good title. You're probably the number 1 shameless man in the sacred boundary." Then, the Saint Kings received an emergency message, and their faces changed. Even the Saint Kings present were no exception. All the sects and forces they belonged to were attacked. The attackers were led by Lin Chen, or Lin Chen's subordinates. All the Saint Kings glared at Lin Chen. This guy, as a human, not only did he not help at such a critical juncture, he even King added insult to injury. The Sage King, who had a slightly favorable impression of Lin Chen, had vanished into thin air at this moment. All he felt for Lin Chen was a strong killing intent. Traitors were the most hateful. This was especially true for traitors who stabbed them in the back right before a great war between the races. Traitors who kicked them while they were down were the most unacceptable. If this brat was not eliminated, he would be a great threat to the human race. Perhaps, The entire plan of the sacred boundary of the human race would be ruined because of him. If we don't kill Lin Chen, the threat of humanity's sacred boundary will always exist. Now is the best time. Lord Long Tianqi and Qin Wudi have personally appeared. There are also experts from various clans here. Let's besiege him together. I thought he was a righteous junior, but he turned out to be worse than a beast. Facing the rage of the sage kings, Long Tianqi's gaze was deep as he stared at Lin Chen. He did not make any reaction. Above the clouds, Qin Wudi's gaze was like a sword. He could feel the rage of the sage kings, but he said disapprovingly, "I can feel your actions in the Qin clan. You have no ill intentions. What is your goal? What is your intention to stir up hatred within the human race of the sacred boundary?" Lin Chen shrugged. "My goal is simple. I want to show my strength to the sacred boundary and then rob them to my heart's content. Can't you see how simple it is?" Qin Wudi said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. This is not a place you should be." Qin Wudi's battle intent soared to the sky. He said word by word, "Lin Chen, take 10 of my moves. If you can, I'll let you go. If you can't, then tell me your goal. Otherwise, die." Lin Chen laughed mockingly. "You don't look handsome, but you have a big mouth. What are you pretending for? You're number 1 on the Saint Talent list, but today, you'll fall below the number 1 most handsome person in the sacred boundary." Rumble. The two of them activated their sage chi, and half of the sage monarch domain shook violently. The sage kings were shocked and kept retreating. Qin Wudi had reached a new realm, quasi-god realm. As long as one reached this realm, entering the immortal state was just a matter of time. However, Lin Chen was just as terrifying. Although he had not become a quasi-god, the 116 sage points around him were as bright as stars. He was not a quasi-god, but he was better than one. The space of the sage monarch domain was much more stable than other domains. Even so, it was facing the risk of a large area shattering. Long Tianqi was interested. What would the result of the battle between the two most powerful young people of this generation? No matter which side it was, they were both legends of the sacred boundary. Qin Wudi waved his hand, and a crimson halberd appeared in his hand. He attacked with the halberd. Mighty 3 halberds. 3 crimson halberds that divided heaven and earth tore through the clouds of the sage monarch domain and smashed down. The demon-slaying spear appeared out of thin air. With the spear in hand, Lin Chen stepped on the peak of heaven-exceeding mountain and rushed into the sky. He danced with the spear, and dark lightning swept across the sky. The vast and majestic lightning was like an electric dragon, mixed with layers of spear shadows. It was like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, layer by layer, and in an instant, it collided with the mighty 3 halberd. Kai! Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion made the sage monarch domain tremble. The sage kings were stunned. The aftermath of the collision between the two seemed to collapse the entire sky, and it fell into darkness. The peak of heaven-exceeding mountain was shrouded by divine power, and the divine mountain stood still. Heaven-exceeding mountain was created by the power of the gods. It was protected by divine power, and it would not collapse easily. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Again. Lin Chen channeled his saint power and flicked his spear. Lightning flashed suddenly, and the spear was like a dragon. Qin Wudi swung his halberd violently, and the crimson light split the sky and fought with the lightning in an instant. The terrifying saint power and the divine light that had slightly transformed into divine power tangled together. Lin Chen flew in the sky, and Qin Wudi stepped on the crimson light. The crimson cloud shadows and the crimson light danced wildly. The two rushed forward and fought crazily, tit for tat. Clang, clang, clang. The spear and halberd collided, and a series of sparks were rapidly produced. The terrifying aftermath overflowed and tore the clouds apart. Giant python-like spatial cracks spread for millions of miles, crisscrossing, and the entire extreme east of the sage monarch domain fell into chaos. What a terrifying battle. This is too ridiculous. Didn't they say that when this kid fought with the Founding Era Alliance, he was only a sage king? Even if he had external help, it shouldn't be so abnormal. How long had it been, and Lin Chen had transformed again? His cultivation speed was like a ghost. They didn't even dare to guess. The two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves, but neither of them wanted to stop. It was as if they had met their match, and neither of them wanted to stop at this moment. Illusory flaming demonic palm. Qin Wudi's halberd technique was mixed with a palm technique, the 5-colored heavenly fire illusory palm, 9 severing sky burning palm. Lin Chen swung his spear with one hand, and 9 fiery dragons surged out of his palm, burning the world as he smashed his palm forward. This was the supreme technique of the Divine Flame Palace, an advanced orange-grade technique that was one step higher than the 9-layered sky-burning palm. The two ancestors had taught Lin Chen, Kai tilde, boom tilde. The two of them retreated. Lin Chen took 5 steps back, and Qin Wudi took 4 steps back. The latter's every step was heavier. Qin Wudi swapped his halberd for his bow, and a crystal-clear jade bone arrow wrapped in dense dragon talismans emanated the aura of a divine dragon. The bone arrow was narked on the bowstring and aimed at Lin Chen. This is one of Qin Wudi's trump cards, the divine bone dragon arrow. Qin Wudi is going to fight him to the end. Didn't they say 10 moves? The sage monarchs were shocked. The number 1 on the Sacred Boundaries Genius Saint list was going to use his trump card to deal with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, his anxious. He was so eccentric. Chapter 1813. The divine dragon bone arrow was made from a piece of divine dragon bone. It was not a saint artifact, but it was even stronger than a saint artifact. Qin Wudi had obtained this bone arrow when he was a saint king. With it, the number of strong enemies he had killed kept increasing. With one arrow, heaven and earth would collapse. He had even killed a reincarnation saint realm expert before. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and teased, "Oh, who are you trying to scare with a bow? Don't think that you are the only one who knows how to shoot. My men from the Dark Horse organization can go in and out 7 times. Not every man can be said to be a great shooter. My Black Horse organization will shoot people like you one by one." Buzz. Lightning flashed in Lin Chen's palm as starlight flickered. Lin Chen pulled the 9-cloud star fury bow and used amberlight. Colorful lights shone between Lin Chen's 5 fingers. The lightning saint power condensed into an arrow, and the arrow light was like a roaring fire dragon. Qin Wudi's battle intent was aroused. Good. Qin Wudi pulled the bowstring, and his posture was like who ye shooting the sun. He shot an arrow over. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. A divine dragon bone arrow shot over. Lin Chen activated the burning sky arrow. An arrow shot out explosively. Lightning and fire intertwined with each other like a fire dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it split into 2. Kai. Bang. It was yet another terrifying clash. Lin Chen's 5 arrows defeated his 1 arrow. The sea of lightning filled the air. Lightning flashed, and flames raged. The Saint Monarch region was shocked. Many experts looked over in shock. They stared in the direction of the Saint Monarch region as if they had seen a ghost. Just what kind of experts could cause such a scene? Reincarnation Saint Realm? No, it was far more than that. Fortunately, many forces and sects had already evacuated. Otherwise, the impact of this battle would not be so simple. Peak of heaven exceeding mountain. The two stood in the sea of fire. Qin Wudi waved his hand, and the slightly dimmed divine dragon bone arrow flew back. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise in excitement. That was the excitement of finally finding an opponent. Lin Chen smiled playfully. As expected of the number 1 on the Saint Talent ranking. You're quite something. Lin Chen looked around at the murderous and hostile gazes, and said with satisfaction, "Although I wanted to kill you, I've already done what I had to do. Right now, I have more important things to do, so I won't keep you company." Qin Wudi frowned and coldly said, "Lin Chen, you want to escape?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Don't think too much. As long as we fight, I'll win anyway. In any case, I'm going to win." The corners of the Saint King's mouths twitched. Arrogant. This brat was too arrogant. Lin Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "That's all. I still have things to do. Let's have supper together when you're free. Bye." Qin Wudi was furious. He furrowed his brows and shouted, "I won't allow you to run. Let's fight to our heart's content." Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Smack. His figure gradually disappeared. Before disappearing, Lin Chen chuckled. "As the number 1 on the Saint Talent ranking, you're not bad. You can fight my clone to a standstill." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure disappeared into the starlight in the sky. He didn't travel through space, nor did he use spatial secret techniques. He really disappeared. At the peak of heaven exceeding mountain, all the Saint Kings were dumbfounded. Even Long Tianqi was a little stunned. Qin Wudi was even more stunned on the spot. S-clone. The corners of the Saint Kings' mouths twitched. What the F***ck? Lin Chen, who was on par with the number 1 on the Saint Talent ranking, was actually just a clone? He even took the trump card of the number 1 on the Saint Talent ranking head-on. The number 1 on the Saint Talent ranking, who had been arrogant and invincible all his life, fought in the firmament battlefield, defeated the elites of various races, ignored all kinds of rules and came out unscathed. This was the first time he had encountered the most unexpected shock in his life. Qin Wudi muttered to himself. He actually only used a clone. His clone was already so powerful. Then, how strong was his original body? The Saint Kings looked at each other in astonishment. During the Founding Era battle, Lin Chen already had the battle power to destroy the Founding Era alliance. Then, how strong was he now? It was terrifying to think about. Was he still human? Lin Chen's words echoed in everyone's mind. Anyway, I won. It was actually the F***king truth. It was unknown which Saint King was so shocked that he muttered to himself. His actually, really an honest child. Mysterious realm, Dragon Palace. Lin Chen stared at Princess Xingyue. The Divine Dragon's edict was engraved on her delicate snow-white palm. When it flickered slightly, Princess Xingyue received a message unique to the Dragon Clan. A moment later, a complicated smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Congratulations, Lin Chen. The Divine Dragons of the Dragon Clan have agreed to your conditions." Luo Shuiyu nodded excitedly. "Yes, the Dragon Clan's army will begin to arrive at the sacred boundary in a month's time. The 5 Divine Dragons will personally go, from the Desolate Antiquity Dragon Clan to the Primordial Dragon Clan, the Primordial Dragon Clan, and the Primordial Dragon Clan. All of them will come out in full force, and support will be endless." When Lin Chen heard this, he raised his eyebrows, and his face lit up with joy. This exciting news was beyond his expectations. He thought that the Desolate Antiquity Dragon Clan could only send out half of their elites at most. He didn't expect that the entire clan would come out in full force. The Dragon Clan was planning to F***king play a card stud. Lin Chen grinned. "A card stud, huh? I like it." After saying that, Lin Chen crushed the spatial jade slip given to him by the everlasting old man. Blood Realm, Chaotic Black Realm. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators were knocked to the ground, vomiting blood and injured. Their eyes were wide open, and the purple-robed man in the lead roared. "Who the hell are you? I've killed a lot of people. If you want to F***king kill us, just kill us. What's the point of humiliating us in battle?" The 2 black-robed men said indifferently. "Because you're trash at the edge of the sacred boundary. You're completely useless trash. You don't contribute to the sacred boundary war, and you like to kill everywhere. We're here on the orders of our lord, Lin Chen, to cripple you." Pa. A mysterious black-robed man broke his limbs, and the latter howled in pain. The 2 of them turned around and took their Providence plant pouches before leaving. "My lord, Lin Chen, has orders to spare your lives and let you become food for the demon humans and demons." After saying that, the 2 of them teleported and disappeared. Raw. "It's actually him, Lin Chen. This dog thief stole my sect and humiliated my family. I'll kill him even if I have to risk my life. I want to know where he is. Even if I die, I'll bite a piece of his flesh." The Blood Realm was filled with condemnation of Lin Chen. No, it should be said that it was the entire sacred boundary. Xuanyu, Yang Realm, Huang Realm, Man Realm, Qian Realm, Spirit Realm, Chen Realm, Ominous Realm, Kang Realm, Gu realm, war realm, and so on. Those who had once admired Lin Chen. Those who had once been jealous of Lin Chen. Those who had once praised Lin Chen. All of them had turned into his enemies. A large number of human experts in the 36 realms had become enemies with Lin Chen. From a rank 9 to a rank 4, Lin Chen was fair to everyone. He provoked everyone. He was truly an enemy of the entire world. Lin Chen was at the level where he would be besieged if he was seen outside. A day later, in the Dragon Palace, Limitless Old Man arrived and couldn't help but curse. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Tell your servants to stop. Why are you causing internal strife at this juncture? Are you crazy? Lin Chen calmly tasted his tea and said slowly, Senior Limitless, you can give me pointers here, but you can't point at me. I, Lin Chen, do things my entire life. It's not up to you to teach me how to do things. Limitless Old Man. Crazy, you must be crazy. Chapter 1814. Qian Yingxue, who was standing beside the everlasting old man, opened her red lips slightly. Seeing this, a certain Lin Chuan thought wickedly, I won't poke her mouth. The beauty's heart could not calm down. Lin Chen had actually roped in the entire dragon race as an ally of the human race. From the 5 great divine dragons to the ancient dragon race, they would all rush to the human race's sacred boundary in the future and come out in full force. What kind of heaven-defying move was this to move the dragon race? If this news was released, it would definitely encourage the entire human race in the sacred boundary. The everlasting old man couldn't help but facepalm. 1 head, 2 heads. Why did this kid never stop causing trouble? The current human race in the sacred boundary could be said to be in a state of disunity. The everlasting old man had even planned to nurture Lin Chen into the number 1 person in the sacred boundary after the gods. With him as the leader, he would lead the human race to resist the invasion of the other races. But who would have thought that this guy would actually do such a thing? Who could withstand this? It completely disrupted the everlasting old man's plan. The current sacred boundary was without a leader. With Lin Chen's battle strength, reputation, and actions, especially the fact that he had brought the entire dragon race to help, he should have been the most suitable candidate. Even with the everlasting old man's wisdom, he couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you planning? With your ability and the fact that you brought the entire dragon race to help the human race, you are qualified to be the leader of the human race." Lin Chen laughed mockingly. What bullsh** T leader? I'm not interested. In the end, this war is just to save my woman. The human race in the sacred boundary is just collateral. The everlasting old man, he couldn't understand. This kid had such magnanimity, strength, and courage. Why wasn't he willing to take on this heavy responsibility? This was a chance to become the only overlord of the sacred boundary. If he could survive this crisis, he would be the supreme ruler of the human race in the sacred boundary. The sacred boundary would be at his fingertips. The human race's faith in the gods would turn into Lin Chen's believers. The only supreme ruler of the human race. He actually gave up this position. The everlasting old man took a deep look at Lin Chen and said meaningfully, "Can this old man trust you?" Lin Chen smiled casually and said, "At the very least, I will participate in the battle as promised. You can find someone else to do the heavy lifting." The everlasting old man sighed. Then the reinforcements of the dragon race, Lin Chen shrugged. "Just do it in your name. Just say that you brought it here and it has nothing to do with me." The everlasting old man couldn't help but laugh as he scolded, "You brat, are you trying to drag this old man into the battlefield?" Lin Chen rubbed his chin and smiled playfully. "That's what you said. I didn't say anything. All right, according to our agreement, give me the item. Otherwise, I'll take my family and run away, breaking the agreement with the Dragon Clan. You can clean up your own mess." Everlasting old man said, "You're ruthless." With that, he ordered the Jiang family head of the heavenly sacred region to untie the bell on the long-horned white goat. The Jiang family head looked at Lin Chen fearfully and handed the supreme-grade metal attribute odd crystal to Lin Chen. "Sir Lin Chen, this is the supreme-grade metal attribute odd crystal that has been passed down for thousands of years in my Jiang family. We used its energy to cultivate and passed it down for countless generations. Now, I'm giving it to you. I hope you can contribute to the battle of the human race. The moment he got the supreme grade metal attribute odd crystal, Lin Chen couldn't help but be excited. He finally got it. The sixth piece of the war god set, the final material for the ultimate armor. The everlasting old man got up and shook his head. Since the agreement has been reached, this old man has to get busy. Sigh, I'm already so old yet I still have to be busy. Since Lin Chen wasn't going to be the leader of this war, he could only let the everlasting old man do it himself. Lin Chen smiled. Then I won't send you off. When he left, the corners of the everlasting old man's mouth curled up slightly, and the Jiang family head heaved a sigh of relief. The content of the secret transmission between the two was immediately eavesdropped by Lin Chen, who had awakened his perception, and he was struck by lightning. Senior everlasting old man, thank you for coming to the Jiang family earlier. This odd crystal can play such a huge role. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have sold the odd crystal to this child. Having a painful disaster staying in the Jiang family every day is simply too much. Hehe, thank you for informing this old man. Yes, now that our human race has strong reinforcements, there's still hope for the human race. Don't let your guard down, the dragon race isn't ordinary. The two gradually went away and escaped into the void. The content of their secret transmission was completely heard by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's awakened perception made it impossible for any expert to hide their voice transmission in front of him. The everlasting old man was no exception. Lin Chen's face turned red with anger, and he almost cursed out loud. Damn. Brother Chen, I was actually set up, damn. I've always been the one setting up traps for others. How can there be a time when others set me up? I'll set you up, the monkey everlasting old man. Lin Chen was clearly set up. The older the ginger, the spicier it was, there were still many tricks. Damn. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. However, the essence of what I have to do hasn't changed. In order to stop Yarrow, Lin Chen was prepared to cooperate with the dragon race. There's only one thing left to do now. System. Heavenly Dao Attribute Pickup System version 8.0, Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Late Stage 6th Heaven Sage Realm High Stage Saint Essence, 3 billion points. Limit Power, 5 million Supreme Power, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 500%, High Stage Saint Blood, 900 million points. Saint Spiritual Power, 92 billion, Mid-Stage Primordial Spirit Realm, Saint Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 35 billion points. Saint Rune Energy, 9 billion points. Top-level Heavenly Dao, 53 billion points. Top-level Talent Points, 19 billion points. Intermediate Set Essence, 103 million points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 968, 4 billion points. Saint Elemental Energy, Fire Element 589 billion points, Earth Element 587, 2 billion points, Wood Element 581, 2 billion points, Metal Element 583, 6 billion points, Water Element 483, 5 billion points, Lightning Element 589 billion points, Wind Element 485, 7 billion points, Light Element 588, 4 billion points, Dark Element 588, 4 billion points. Set Column, 5 pieces of Golden War God Set, incomplete, War God Armor Blueprint. Special Attribute Treasures, 10 top-grade Metal Element Odd Crystals, 1 top-grade Fire Element Odd Crystal, 12 Saint Tool Upgrade Vouchers, a random Orange Tier Alchemy Handprint Fragment, 2/5, 7 Orange Tier Exclusive Talent Treasure Chests. Talent Column, Bloodline Status Column, Cultivation Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Divine Spark Column, Divine Elephant Divine Spark, Cooling Down, remaining, 33 days to activate. Immortal Divine Spark Fragment, 2/3. System, I want to create the 6th piece of the War God Set. Host is creating the 6th piece of the War God Set, the Ultimate Armor. Materials required, 10 feet of pure gold divine iron, 9 heavenly stars, 10 top-grade metal element odd crystals, 3 million points of top-level heaven Dao, 1,000 billion points of set essence. Host has met the material requirements. Beginning production. Production complete. Congratulations to Host for obtaining the 6th piece of the War God Set, the Ultimate Armor. Host's excess materials have been converted into energy for the ultimate armor. A dazzling golden helmet appeared out of nowhere. The sides of the armor were like sharp dragon horns, and the golden stripes were like fish dragons. The center of the helmet was inlaid with a dragon scale-like star jade. War God set, the sixth piece ultimate armor, 36% charged. Lin Chen's lips trembled, and his heart trembled. The strongest trump card was here. However, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "System, didn't you say there was an additional weapon? Where is the weapon?" Host has not completely fused with the War God set and is unable to create an additional weapon. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the Dragon Palace, was stunned. What the hell? Wasn't the collection complete? Why did it still have to fuse? Lin Chen scolded, "Damn, are you King cheating me? I've already collected all the pieces, and you're telling me it hasn't been fused." Note: the 6 pieces of the War God set are not fully charged and cannot be fused into a complete War God set. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. "Good fella, you were waiting for me." Chapter 18:15. Other than the ultimate armor, Lin Chen's other 5 pieces of the War God armor had already been fully charged to 99%. The higher the percentage of the War God armor, the harder it was to charge. Lin Chen's current strength was far from being able to fully utilize the 5 pieces of the War God armor, so he did not immediately charge them to the maximum. System, charge all my intermediate set essences to the 6 pieces of the War God armor. Host currently has 1.03 million intermediate set essences, beginning charging complete, set list, ultimate arm guard 100%, ultimate leg guard 100%, ultimate armor 100%, ultimate armor 96%. Oh no. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was actually stuck at this juncture. "Lord, the things you looted from the Chen region are all here." At this time, Jiang Taishu walked into the Dragon Palace and respectfully handed over many fate plant pouches. Lin Chen received it and immediately dismantled all of the holy equipment without hesitation. The holy equipment set's essence attribute he obtained was still able to charge the War God's ultimate armor. The higher the percentage, the more difficult it was to charge. Jiang Taishu continued, "Lord, the dragon race's request is to first upgrade the bloodline of the Dragon Kings. There will be more batches of Dragon Kings coming to receive the upgrade." The dragon race's army was moving, and their numbers were terrifying. That was the entire dragon race's number. They were unable to pass through the special space tunnel between the Dragon World and the Mystic region. The Dragon World planned to first send a small portion of their elites and combat strength to upgrade their combat strength. Lin Chen nodded, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Let them come, I will arrange for my doppelganger to take care of it." With that, Lin Chen called back a doppelganger. After participating in the battle with the demonic tribe, Lin Chen's strengthening points had reached an unprecedented peak. As long as it was not to upgrade the bloodline of the 5 divine dragons, it should be enough. After the doppelganger left with Jiang Taishu, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. There aren't many high-level sacred artifacts left in the sacred boundary. Although the Tier 9 sacred artifact set essences are considerable, there aren't many of them. If the quality is not enough, I can only gamble on quantity. Lin Chen gave the task of finding large amounts of sacred artifacts to his servants. Even if he had to make the entire world his enemy and become the foremost enemy of the sacred boundary, he had to bring back enough sacred artifact. Lin Chen stood up. He left his avatar in the Dragon Palace and stepped on the Dragon King to soar into the sky. Next, it was time to wait for the arrival of the great battle. In this unprecedented war, Lin Chen's opponent was the Devil Emperor who had existed for tens of thousands of years, the Devil race. There was also the honorable elder of the demon race with heaven-defying talent, the Peerless Empress. No one knew where history would lead. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. As the war approached, Lin Chen only wanted to quickly return to the side of his loved ones. Immortal Dawn Ruins. In a secluded valley, there was a small bridge over flowing water. Spiritual butterflies fluttered in the air, and the surroundings were overflowing with immortal aura. It was like a paradise on earth that was hard to find in this world. Lin Chen once again returned to the ruins. He was alone at the peak of the secluded valley. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall. Her beautiful features were picturesque, radiant like a clear lotus. When she looked into the distance, her green eyes were filled with hope. Her gaze froze. The world in her eyes was like a tranquil and leisurely painting of a fairyland, causing Lin Chen to be dumbfounded. The beauty was as beautiful as a fairy descending to the mortal world. The fairy looked around. When she saw the youth, she raised her eyebrows and said happily, "Why are you back? Have you finished the sacred boundary?" Lin Chen said helplessly, "There is still one last step. Whether I live or die, it will be decided by this step." Ning Qingshuan's heart tightened, faintly stabbing. She rode the wind and came to the youth's side. She held his palm tightly. Lin Chen looked around and found that the number of people near the Immortal Dawn ruins had decreased. He could not help but ask in surprise, "Right, where is everyone?" The fairy said, "Sister Bai Ruoyan and Sister Leng Yueqi have returned to the 9 provinces. Sister Bai Ruoyan said that she has grasped the secret of the eternal sacred fire and wants to use it to help you. Everyone from the Realm Pagoda and Pill region, as well as the seniors from Sword region and Purple Cloud King Valley, have all returned to the sacred boundary, saying that they want to help you." Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. Before he could say anything, Fairy Ning's slender fingers pressed on the youth's lips and smiled. "Haven't you experienced that feeling yourself? Not doing anything but waiting for fate to arrive. How could you be willing to do that easily? Although everyone is under your protection, none of them are really willing to hand over their fate to someone else. Even if they die, they will die together." His heart throbbed as if it was continuously beaten by a drum. After a few breaths, Lin Chen sighed deeply, revealing a rare sense of helplessness. Lin Chen said to the fairy, "What about you?" Ning Qingxian stared at the youth's eyes. The light was bright, pure and deep, just like when she first met him. It was as if he was born like this. It was as if nothing had changed him. Ning Qingshuan's voice was pleasant and slightly resentful. "I'm waiting for you." Lin Chen was stunned. In the next moment, the fairy smiled sweetly, beautiful and dazzling, like an untainted green lotus. Her smile was as pure as jade, full of longing. "I feel that you will come back. I feel that you will definitely come back to see me, so I'm waiting for you. I know that you have more important things to do, and my heart is burning like fire thinking about you. I can't wait to immediately go to the sacred boundary to see you, but I can't help you. At least, I won't cause you trouble." So, the fairy's snow-like cheeks were dyed red, and she quietly nestled against his chest, softly speaking. "So, I'm waiting for you." Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart seemed to be deeply touched. He hugged the fairy's soft and slender waist, greedily sucking in her breath. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. "Our story, where did it begin?" Ning Qingshuan's smile was like a flower, and her cheeks were dyed red. "From when you said you wanted to touch me, it began." "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Chen laughed loudly. "I thought you didn't remember. After this matter, as long as I'm still alive, I'll go find Uncle Ning to propose marriage, and officially marry you." The fairy in his arms trembled, and she peacefully nestled in his arms, 2 lines of tears of happiness flowing down her jade cheeks. The fairy softly whispered, "Everything is up to you." Lin Chen sealed the power of his flesh shell, and said with a naughty smile, "You said it yourself. That's what you said. There's still plenty of time in the future." He hugged her even tighter. Fairy Ning let out a delicate cry, and her cheeks were dyed red, absolutely beautiful. "Why are you so impatient?" "It's not me who's impatient, it's him, Ying." Multicolored clouds lingered in the ancient ruins, and the picturesque light sprinkled on the sea of flowers in the valley, beautiful and full of spring. 2 figures swayed slightly. Just like that day, when he saved the fairy from the fake god, when she descended to the mortal world, she was hesitant yet pleasantly surprised, painful yet happy. Looking at the young man's unchanging appearance, the fairy gently stroked the sweat on his face, and shyly smiled back at him. Immortal multicolored light sprinkled down to her flawless skin that could be blown away by a gust of wind. The brilliance was moving, and she was extremely beautiful. It was as if she was draped in an immortal dress that overflowed with light and color. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened as he watched. The beauty in his embrace simply couldn't compare to even 1% of a heavenly immortal's beauty, and she was even more beautiful. The host continues to activate the orange rank innate skill, dual cultivation union, currently nourishing both parties' cultivations, after an unknown amount of time. A languid and tired elegant voice echoed in the sea of flowers. This, isn't it too long? You'll have to ask it. Darling Lin, system, activate the awakening function. Isn't there a function that has a twist? System. You want to awaken even this. Are you still human?